I wish I knew what happened, you know? Like, I just wish, I wonder, you know, will I ever find out what happened? Like, what could have happened? I just feel, you know, will it just be one of life's mysteries that's never solved? I think for a long time, everyone thought he just took off because he traveled, you know, like he liked to have adventures and explore, but that's different. You know, you just don't commit to something and then just pick up and leave. So I know in my heart that that's not what happened.
Somebody knows what happened with Kenley. There's no doubt in my mind somebody knows what happened with Kenley. People don't just vanish. People do not just vanish.
So my memories are that it was this corner that I last saw him, and he was on the other side of the street walking into town this way, and I was going back towards campus. And because I thought I'd see him later on the floor, Kroll Tower, I just gave him a wave, and that was all. So it's very strange to think of that as the last time I saw him.
The last time anybody saw him, really. It's the last reported sighting.
And of course, the last reported, any recorded sighting of him, which is just bizarre.
I remember the day Kenley and Kayreen both left for Acadia. I remember crying that day, and I don't normally cry, and that is like one of the few times that I remember crying.
Kenley and I had decided, you know, we're both going to Acadia that year, so we were both going to be first-year students. I just felt like we were at the beginning of this really cool adventure and something we're going to be doing together. We had my uncle, Johnny Angus's van, and it was packed full of things.
About mid-morning, maybe 10 o'clock, they left. It was beautiful, gorgeous September day.
As we got closer, you know, the feeling was like maybe a little heavy for him, and rather than on the excited side.
Kenley wasn't overly excited about going to university. He was very, I won't say anxious, but he was very concerned about Frosh Week.
I think both of us were a little apprehensive, not sure what to expect.
He didn't want to be victimized in any way. He didn't want to be picked on. He wanted to fly below the radar. And he did express that to his father.
Kenley indicated, you know, he said, well, you know, you could just drop me off at the airport, you know, on the way by. So you could sense that he was definitely having some doubts about committing to going to Acadia.
Kenley, you know, you think back, you know, compared to the other first-year guys, this guy was a fourth-year student. The other kids, it was their first time away from mommy and daddy. But this guy had hitchhiked, climbing trees in the wilderness. I says, wow, hats off to you. You sort of start seeing, you know, who pairs up with who. Tom Gordon. If there was one guy that Kenley hung around with, what? It was him. Those two were pretty tight.
My name's Tom Gordon. I came on exchange to Acadia University in autumn 1992, and I met Kenley on the 9th floor of Kroll Tower, and we became good friends. We hung out. We had another friend, Kirsten, who had a car. We used to take off and see a lot of the local sites.
My name is Kirsten Tomlinson, and in 1992, I met Kenley during my first year at Frosh Week. There was a barbecue at my residence, Chase. There's, a nice little courtyard, and they had a barbecue there to welcome the students, and Tower being, just across the way. I think they were also welcome to the barbecue, and so he was sitting in the courtyard off by himself, and I was attracted to that. I thought, well, why don't I go over and introduce myself? Kenley was, quite a shy fellow. I'd say more on the introverted side as opposed to the extroverted side.
The key word I would use would be laid back. He always wore a baseball cap. Every time I saw him, he wore the same baseball cap.
He also had, a real zest for life, if you will, and just the most charismatic smile ever. He had a really just a warm sense about him.
During those first couple of weeks, we would often make use of Kirsten's car and go out to a couple of places. One was called the Look Off, which is an amazing view over the valley. And we went to a place called Three Pools, which is a beautiful area where you could swim.
We'd often, go down to the Anvil and have some drinks. That bar is quite infamous. There was a certain camaraderie amongst us, being mature students.
Like, he didn't avoid people, unless you make it say, well, closing your doors, avoiding people. But if you spoke to him, he spoke to you back. But he'd be never the one to initiate a conversation. And Kenley was a night owl. Like, he'd be up all hours of the night. You could sit in that, like, I'd come back from walking around the camp. Like, you think about it, I'd be up till 2 o'clock in the morning drinking coffee, doing campus patrol. So I'd be worried. I'd come back to the lounge. I could be sitting in the lounge with Kenley. He wouldn't say anything. He wouldn't talk to you. He'd be happy in the silence of watching TV. Now, in hindsight now, you might think that Kenley's behaviors would be out of the ordinary. But at the time, I didn't think I just thought he was just a shy guy kept to himself.
So this is Corkham's Island. It was unseasonably warm that year, and so we came down and got on the jet skis and had a weekend down here at my dad's.
Kirsten brought it up that we should come and experience this house on the coast.
My house has always been a place, where my friends have been welcome.
So we drove down, as far as I remember, after lunch on the Friday.
Yeah, we came down here on a Friday evening and then unpacked and got a little settled and decided that we'd go into town and go and have a few drinks at the local bar.
And we went to a club which was a little bit, we all agreed, sort of redneck, not the greatest, but we had a bit of a dance and a couple of drinks and then headed back.
On Saturday, we headed out onto the water and spent the day on the jet skis and burning around and having a great time.
Kenley was really relaxed. He was, as far as I could tell and as far as I remember, he was loving it. I've got a couple of photos of him coming in on the jet ski. He's smiling.
He likes speed too. Trying to check each other off the jet skis and, just having a good time. It seemed like, he was up for that adventure. And any adventure, really. He was definitely an adventurous spirit. And I admire that in people.
In the evening on Saturday, we met a couple that came over for dinner, and they just returned recently from a holiday to Morocco. Part of Saturday night was something called hot knives, which is where you heat a knife on a flame, and you put it on a piece of marijuana and inhale the smoke that comes off it, kind of thing. I think it was the first time I'd ever seen it done.
It was very comfortable. You know, it seemed very natural, you know, in terms of the progression of our relationship.
Sunday we woke up and again it was a beautiful day. I think the plan had been originally to go back a little bit earlier to university, but it was just too tempting to go and do it all again. So we went again and got some wetsuits, and we had an absolutely amazing day again. I can remember one of the vivid memories that I had down in my diary was of taking the jet ski into Lunenburg Harbor and seeing it from the harbor. And that was just a stunning view.
Kenley arrived at Acadia University in Wolfville a couple of days prior to the first day of class. The first weekend that he was there, he attended Corcombs Island in Lunenburg County with some friends.
Monday, September 14th, 92, we have Kenley back at Acadia.
He was back, attended class all that week.
He and I shared calculus class together every Tuesday and Thursday from 8:30 to 10. And then he and his friend from high school, Jill Archibald, shared chemistry class together Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 8:30. And so on their way out of class, I had my chemistry class at 9:30. So often I would see them, you know, passing by. And I felt like we were really starting to get into our groove.
So the week after the Corcombs Island trip, we continued to do a little bit of local exploring. I think we went back to 3 pools. Being at the beginning of the year, the workload wasn't too great at that point, and I think it was, another great week. There was nothing really out of the ordinary.
Chris was at Acadia, Chris Hardy was at Acadia, and he was a friend of ours in high school. And Kenley and him had seen each other the year before out in Vancouver. And so there was that friendship that was built from their group in high school. They were all within that friend group. Chris had seen Kenley down on Main Street. Kenley was actually walking from the outskirts of town towards the university, which was, to me, it's like an odd place to be for him. And then Chris was walking back home, as far as I understand. So they met each other on Main Street.
So this is where the meeting would have been, if this is the correct location. This is where we would have run into each other. This is where the gas station was, which was a Petrocan or an Esso, I think, and it would have been kind of the building structure would have been more on this side. I was walking down here. Kenley would have been coming through the parking lot, and I think it was, I didn't recognize him right away as he's walking through the parking lot, but maybe as he got very close, or maybe as close as these concrete stanchions here, we made the connection, and I remember going, Kenley, or something like that. I think I recognized him first, or maybe it was around the same time. I'm not 100% sure. He was not very talkative at all. Very, very quiet. It wasn't like a whole bunch of camaraderie to it or anything like that. I assume that maybe he was out on the dikes, maybe he did a joint, or there was something up anyway. It just wasn't easy. He didn't seem to be himself, is the way I would put it.
I do remember talking to Chris, and he was saying that Kenley made some comment that he was doing laundry or something like that, which I thought was very odd because there's laundry facilities in Tower.
So this is the laundromat, which is just up the road a little bit from the gas station, and I remember asking him what he was doing at some point down here, and probably would have been pretty early on in the conversation, and he said he was doing laundry. That's my memory of it. Would have been weird that he was doing laundry. He didn't have a laundry bag with him. He was going back up to Tower, not waiting around to get his laundry if he did have laundry here, and I'm sure Tower has their own laundry services for all the students, so it was an odd response to the question.
I always was very confused by why Kenley was on Main Street. Like how far out of town he was, and that he was walking back into town.
I had told him I had a vehicle and I was going to the liquor store and I could drive him up to Tower, to save him the hike up the hill or whatever, and so he agreed he wanted to do that. I don't remember specifically the trip to the liquor store, or the only thing I'm thinking is that maybe Kenley grabbed a 6-pack or something like that to go up the tower, and maybe that was part of the attraction of getting the drive too, was, oh yeah, well, you're going to the liquor store too, and go up the hill, great. At some point I would have dropped him off either at the entrance on the other side or this entrance. It makes more sense that it was that entrance because it's the first way up the hill from the direction we were coming. This would have been the last time I saw him.
So the last time that I saw Kenley was at the tower party.
The tower party was a huge occasion. There was a lot of hype, a lot of build up to it.
It was on a Friday evening. It would have been at their residence.
I remember it started on one of the floors, and then all the floors congregated down in the bottom area where the main party was. And the party was absolutely huge.
I'm visualizing him, you know, kind of standing rather James Dean against a pole, just looking a little bit aloof.
Unfortunately, I can't remember anything about Kenley being in that party.
I know that, like with the tower party, I just know that he was pretty drunk.
What I remember is that Kenley had done some, I guess, drinking in his room prior to the party, and when he arrived at the party, he had a lot to drink already.
I don't know a lot of the details. Over the years, you know, I'd heard like there was something in the bathroom where he was like kind of almost passed out in the bathroom.
I was concerned, and I do remember going up to Tom and saying, you know, is everything okay with Kenley?
Kenley, when I did see him, it did seem like he had too much to drink.
And I recall even going up to Kenley and just saying, you know, hey, is everything okay? And yeah, everything's fine. Carry on.
He was, draping himself over some of the women at the party, including my girlfriend.
I did observe him at the party speaking to a friend of mine, a girl that I had also just met a few weeks earlier, a freshman.
I'm not sure if Kenley realized she was my girlfriend or maybe he didn't care. But anyway, he was hitting on her, and so he and I had a bit of a disagreement that he needed to stop immediately.
But I just really don't know the level of like how drunk he was, and you know, if he pissed off a lot of people that night with his behavior.
Didn't come to anything. I just said I'll deal with it with Kayreen in the morning because I didn't have really a strong relationship with Kenley.
I'm really not sure. I feel like that's a huge mystery to me. I probably would have been there if I was at Acadia that weekend.
Everybody was used to Kenley being a very quiet person. His complete personality change I was kind of surprised to see that.
Sunday is when I got back from Halifax, and that's when I ran into Mike, and I was also, you know, had a plan that I wanted to set up for the week. And so I went to see Kenley in his room around 4 o'clock on Sunday. When I came in, I was planning to just kind of touch base with him because I felt with Mike, because Mike was a friend of mine, that I wanted to make sure that everything was cool with like just saying like, hey, you know, he just kind of said you were a little bit out of line, and I just wanted to touch base with him with that. When I came in, he was sitting on his bed, and I just remember him sitting like this, you know, and he's just very, very quiet, you know, almost like he knew he had been out of line, and maybe that feeling you have when you drank too much over the weekend and you just feel remorseful. And, I just sort of talked to him, and then we made our plan for the week. We set up a time for Monday night for us to get together and do some of our calculus homework together, because we had our calculus class on Tuesday morning.
Todd Barker was the resident assistant the year that Kenley was at Acadia for 1992. Todd Barker did give evidence to the police that he had knocked on the door to give him it was a piece of paper he had to sign for some agreement or something, and that Kenley just barely opened the door and it looked like he was ironing.
He's reluctant to open the door. He cracks the door a little bit. The RA says, I have the impression that he was ironing. I could never put those together. I could never see how that fit in.
I think I read somewhere something about how there's some anecdote related to that room agreement signing where, like, you went to the door and you kind of opened it a crack. Like,
Yeah, exactly. I do recall that. And I now have gotten accustomed to, Kenley's behaviors. That didn't seem abnormal to me because that was his mode of operation. That's how he operated. Like, if you knocked on his door, he'd only open it a crack. Like, he just poked his head out.
Was he ironing or something that night? Do you have any remembrance of that?
I can't recall now. He had no ironing board. That would go against completely, his lifestyle, I think, because, like I said, he lived pretty Spartan.
Nobody hardly irons at all, but he did. This is just one of the quirks with Kenley. He did have an iron. He would iron his clothes. That is something he would do.
The only thing I can take from that is that Kenley doesn't want anyone in that room at that time for a reason.
Kenley was last sighted by a friend at a bank machine in Wolfville.
Tom Gordon, Kenley's friend, was the last person to see him on the 21st.
So having got money out of the ATM, I headed back towards campus. The plan was to go and have a shower and get ready for my evening class. I reached this spot here. And my memory of that day and of the last time I saw Kenley was that I saw him from here across the other side of the street. Because of the distance, I gave him a wave only, so I didn't have a personal catch-up, one-to-one. He was wearing his trademark baseball cap and just sort of casual clothes. He didn't look any way out of the ordinary, like he was in a hurry, or I can't remember if he had a backpack or anything, but he certainly didn't look like he was particularly going anywhere. Just seemed, as I recall it now, to be strolling towards town on a normal Monday.
On Monday, I had my chemistry class at 9:30, and Kenley had his chemistry class at 8:30, and I do remember not seeing him come out of the classroom. And if I recall, I remember seeing Jill and just kind of quickly, like, did you see, was Kenley in class? Kind of doing like a quick check.
The day I remember phoning him was the Monday, September 21st. And the reason I phoned was I had got several pieces of mail for him and I wanted to know what he wanted to do with them, how, if he wanted to send them to him or that type of thing. So I phoned his number where he lived in Kroll Tower, and it was a pay phone for the floor. And the person that picked up the phone, it was about 5 o'clock, and the person that picked up the phone said, no, Kenley's gone down for supper. And this I remember, very distinctly.
So then I tried to contact Kenley on Monday for the study session for calculus for Tuesday morning, but I couldn't get a hold of him. So I did call, and there was a note on his door when I did go over a few days later.
Her and Kenley were supposed to study together, I believe, on Monday night. Kenley didn't show up.
So then Tuesday, we had calculus in the morning, and he didn't show up to class. And so I don't recall a lot from that day, whether, I'm sure I had other classes, and I probably had a lab, and, it's like, again, mental note, that's odd.
Up between Monday and Wednesday, there were several attempts made by Kenley's mother and his sister Kayreen to make contact with him without success.
So then on Wednesday, I had my classes again, and Kenley was not in class. And I had an afternoon class, and I'm pretty sure Mike Hussey and I shared that class.
Kayreen asked me if I had seen Kenley, and I said, no, I haven't seen him, but she thought it was odd that he hadn't reached out to her for the last few days because they were quite close.
At this point, really starting to get, somewhat concerned, but not to the level of panic. And he's like, well, let's go check.
So we're finally on Wednesday the 23rd, Kayreen went to Kenley's room.
But I still remember, like, just as if it's right now, Mike and I walking up the hill and just talking almost like someone's odd behavior. Like, oh, did you happen to see, have you seen Kenley? And like, oh, he wasn't in calculus this morning or yesterday morning. And I just remember, not necessarily being all that worried at that point. So Mike and I arrived on that Wednesday, and his room is a 904. And I remember seeing notes on the door. And so the room was dark, there weren't any lights on. And, almost like you can see the note on the door there. There was like, one was like, call your mom, and I think call your sister. And then when I came out, I looked to the left, and Todd Barker, the RA, was coming up the hallway. And, you could sense that he was worried, he was concerned. And I remember, that he indicated like he wasn't sure what he'd find behind the door. And, to me, like what it brought up, the vision that it brought up was just like he might have like committed suicide, and don't be surprised if he's hanging in his room, I just always remember that vision or that feeling. I do slightly remember the closet, being open and seeing like his clothes and like the books over on the side and the pie plate with the like few cigarettes in there. But it didn't look like he had packed up and left. I just remember it looking, like as if Kenley had just gone to class. It didn't look packed up, and it didn't look put together, like as if he had tidied up or anything. There are stacks of books on the desk, and I think the closet door was partially opened, and his toiletries were on the dresser, and from what I remember, the bed was unmade.
Nothing really stood out to me in the room. It was just like someone had just left to go to lunch, and so nothing really looked like it had been disturbed, or there was no changes in the room.
I remember going back to my residence and going into my RA's room, and she had a personal phone in her room, and I called my mom, tried calling my mom, and she didn't answer, and then I called my dad, and I talked to my dad, and he came down the next day.
On Thursday, the 24th, is when Alan, Kenley's father, goes to the Wolfville police and reports Kenley missing.
Oh, it's just so hard. I just wish somebody would really come out and give us some information that we don't have. I just want to find him and find him alive and well.
Kayreen and Kenley Matheson had both just started their first year of university here at Acadia. Kenley was planning to major in biology.
I think maybe he might be out there somewhere. He might be mixed up a bit, or, just going through emotional time, or I guess it's hard to pinpoint. I really have no positive theories where he's at or whatever. I think that's what the frustrating part about it is.
We approached initially at, once we filed a missing person, we approached the case as a missing person file. We couldn't declare that it was a homicide. I mean, he had no body, he had no motive.
We hoped and I think thought that, there was more of a possibility that he had left the area on another excursion out west or to another country, as he had done, reported to us in the past.
Here's an individual that had acquired some experience. I think he's in Latin America, if my memory serves me correct. He also worked northern Alberta or British Columbia planting trees.
From what I recall from the preliminary investigation, we were exploring, where he might have went to, as opposed to whether something happened to him.
Foul play didn't enter my mind at all, for some reason.
Because he traveled to Mexico and Belize and Guatemala and hitchhiked and had a motorcycle, it was assumed that he just decided to pick up and leave.
You know, we really didn't have a whole lot of theories to start with. We figured it was just a missing young man and we needed to find him.
I think it was a mystery. We didn't know what happened to him.
We checked all the airlines and bus routes. We had it on the news, radio.
And then, we spoke to witnesses, we spoke to the family, and, people that had seen him in certain locations of Wolfville or thought they had.
We searched the room for any possible clues or evidence.
We didn't consider it a crime scene, so we didn't secure it, we didn't do any forensics.
We treated Kenley Matheson room as a missing person room. We didn't treat that as a homicide included there. I mean, we couldn't find any traces of a struggle or blood.
There was nothing out of the ordinary in his room. It wasn't turned upside down. There was nothing. It was just like he just walked out the door and was planning on coming back.
I found a little bit of hash oil, but I mean, that's nothing for a college student, university student back then.
His blue Helly Hansen jacket was gone. There's a pair of suede loafers that were gone and a pair of his jeans and his Lakers hat.
I asked Karine, is there something missing in his room? Does he have money? He was full of money from tree planting. So I started asking questions. And she said there's nothing missing in his room except for his shaving kit.
I do know his passport was still left in his room, but his backpack was gone.
And I said something else. And she said, we've been to the paper and there's an ad, Greenpeace ad missing. It's cutting from the newspaper.
So I believe I contacted somebody in Toronto, in Greenpeace, the outfit, the Greenpeace, and I might even send some posters up. And they couldn't confirm that Kenley was there.
One of the questions I always had was, in his room were some cigarette butts. I don't know whatever happened to those cigarette butts. And I would love to have, as an investigator, I'd love to have the DNA off of those cigarette butts.
I mean, we didn't really, all we collected, jotted some names down, stuff like that. We didn't really seize anything in the room, because we wanted to leave it the way it was, but we're looking for anything out of the ordinary.
Unless there's something outrightly suspicious, then we didn't secure it as a crime scene.
So see, the room was not treated as a crime scene because it was automatically assumed Kenley was a runaway.
I think, another mistake, maybe we should have sealed the room off. Got forensic ident come in. With that, maybe that's, but we never thought of doing that now because it was just a missing person.
The room wasn't ribboned off. There was no fingerprints taken. There was no list category of, the items that were in his room, like anything done at all in case there was anything else, but that, he actually just flew off and left his room and didn't tell anybody.
I do remember my dad and we were back at Kenley's room, and there were, as I recall, 2 police officers that were with us, and we were assessing the situation. And I remember Todd Barker being out in the hallway, and he was near the elevator, and there was a couple of the first-year students, and he was roughhousing with them, enough that we all 4 of us kind of stopped and looked out because it was distracting.
He's being either over helpful or he's making jokes. He's saying things that just don't make them feel comfortable. They're saying things that in their opinion are inappropriate.
And I remember him saying oh, my frosh are beating me up out here, making light of whatever was going on. And I just remember feeling that seemed odd.
We did contact with the RRA, the residence who's responsible for the floor. So I remember, we talked to him and made a few inquiries. And he said the last time he remember seeing Kenley, he wasn't sure of the day before or day after he went missing. He said he was, in iron his shirt in his room. Looks like he was going to go out somewhere, iron his shirt in his room. And the RRA seemed a bit nervous. I know he had a conflict with Kenley, but he seemed a bit nervous during the statement.
There was always a discrepancy on when he was last seen. And so he was seen by Todd Barker on the Monday, which would have been the 21st of September in '92. And he clearly said that he saw him at 10 o'clock in his room. And I remember that, there's a lot of things that are fuzzy, but I know that for sure, because that was the day that he was declared as when he disappeared, because that's when he was last seen.
Well, over the years, there's, whether it was the 20th or the 21st, the Sunday or the Monday, there's been some discrepancy there as to which date it was. I can't speak or speculate as to why that is.
I remember, asking him afterwards, like, are you sure you saw him on Monday? Because nothing added up to him seeing him Monday. It just did not make sense the way that the timeline was, because no one really saw him Monday. He wasn't in class. And then all of a sudden he's in his room at 10 o'clock ironing, and Todd gives him a piece of paper in his room.
From what Karine told me, and you're right there at the time, it's the actual time, and, just Karine literally having it by the throat. Are you sure? Are you sure? And he says, Monday night, which you wouldn't get confused, I wouldn't think, at that point in time.
So that was the last sighting of Kenley for 2 years. So then 2 years later, Todd changes the date back to the Sunday. It's like he made a correction with the police and said that I saw him Sunday night at 10 o'clock. My mistake. So then that was just taken at face value. So now the last sighting of a missing person completely changes, by 24 hours.
Why is the last time he's seen changing? Why is it that we have an individual that says he saw him on Monday, and then several years later saying they saw Kenley Matheson? No, I was mistaken. It was Sunday. And there's any multitude of answers for that. They were trying to hide something. They were trying to protect something or someone. They honestly made a mistake. They're realizing that story does not fit with the rest of it. So now somehow we have to very subtly but definitively change that story. It could be any one of those. So to me, it's suspicious that it changes, but it's not surprising.
If I had to get a room agreement signed from him, we had our resident assistant meetings on Sunday. Because think about it, there was always a football game on Saturday, right? So everything going up until that week, the Don, Steve DeSapis, was completely occupied with football. So if I had to have him sign a room agreement, it would have been after that meeting on Sunday.
I think I remember even asking him, I said, did you have any knowledge or anything involvement with the disappearance?
Do you think that the RA, Todd Barker, may have been involved with Kenley's disappearance?
It's possible. It's possible that the RA was involved in Kenley's disappearance.
Kenley was last sighted by a friend at a bank machine in Wolfville, I believe on September 21st, 1992. And later that day, he was seen walking westwardly on Main Street in Wolfville, down near where the arena is. And that's, I believe he was carrying a backpack at the time, and that's the last time that he's been reported seen.
We have someone reporting seeing Kenley on Monday, twice, once at the bank machine and once walking out of town. The ATM on Main Street, it was 2 p.m. that they were seen at the ATM, and then a few hours later, around 4, is when the same individual says they see Kenley walking out of town.
There was one individual that I had notes on that I located that had said thought he'd seen him downtown around the Royal Bank parking lot having a backpack on and a purple shirt. My recollection as well is that there was another sighting of him around the bus stop.
The last person that said they saw him, he was walking east past, walking west past the university parking lot by the Acadia Arena, Main Street.
So Tom Gordon's description, as I heard it later, was he's seen him around 2 o'clock at the Royal Bank building. Tom again sees him at 5 o'clock. He has on jeans and a cap and a backpack and a t-shirt, and he is heading out of town. And I always thought it was towards Halifax, where, you would be able to catch hitchhike better, catch a plane, train, or whatever. But he was heading the other way down towards New Minas, Kentville. And Tom Gordon was like going across over to the gym at the time. You know, they weren't in close contact, and that is the last time that is reported that Kenley was seen.
So my Monday, the 21st of September, was another average day. It always involved me walking right through the center of the campus. On the right here, we've got the Students' Union building. That's where things like the Axe were, which was one of the bars that we used to go to. And my classes were all at the bottom of the campus. So I had most likely 3 classes that day. They would have all been up until around lunchtime. And then I went and had lunch with Frank. And we probably would have gone either to Wheelock Hall or to one of the other halls. There was one more where you could eat lunch. After lunch, there was a tennis tournament that was taking place, the intramural tennis tournament. So I wanted to get some practice in for that. So Grizz and myself, Grizz was a guy on the 9th floor of Crowell Tower. We decided to play a game after lunch, got some practice in. And I had some time free until my evening class. So I came down here to get money out of the ATM. It's all changed a little bit since I was here. There used to be a post office. I think a post office right next door to the ATM. And a restaurant called Mr. B's. I remember having a couple of dates, but all changed now. The ATM is still here. Must be this bank here. Is that a bank? I guess, right? I would have come back from the ATM, which is a little bit further, and I would say, for example, that I was standing on the other side of the road, and I would have seen Kenley from either this corner or a little bit further, but certainly far enough away to not stop and have a conversation. He was wearing his trademark baseball cap and just sort of casual clothes, jeans and stuff. I can't remember if he was carrying a backpack or anything, but he certainly didn't look out of the ordinary, like he was going somewhere or even in a hurry or anything.
So you only saw him that one time on the Monday? You didn't see him 2 separate occasions?
Not as I remember, just that one time, down here on Main Street. Yeah.
We checked Kenley's room at 904 Crowell Tower with myself, that was Constable Van Herk at the time. Shaving gear, face cloth, towels gone. Spoke to Tom Gordon, who had last seen Kenley at 2:40 p.m. at Royal Bank in Wolfville. Kenley walked past the rink, heading west, wearing a purple t-shirt, small black knapsack. And that's exactly what I had in my notes that I found in my notebook.
It was surreal. It was surreal because there just didn't seem to be a context. He didn't seem to have any apparent trouble in his life that was obvious to anybody. Acadia student missing. Anxious Inverness County family seeks news. It's been just over 2 weeks since Alan Kenley Matheson was reported missing by his father. Kenley, as his dad calls him, is a first-year Acadia University student who was last seen in a university residence September 21st. He was reported missing 3 days later. We just want to hear from him and know that he's okay, his father, Alan Matheson, said from Glendale, Inverness County, earlier this week. He's been on his own for a couple of years and never did this before, especially to leave college. He was pretty psyched up about it. He was always good in school, an honor student. He's old enough to make his own decisions, for sure. It's just the idea of not knowing. If we just knew anything. Kenley's 20 years old. He's 5 feet 9 inches tall, weighs 150 pounds, and has green eyes and brown hair, which he wears short on the sides and slicked back in front. He wears a gold hoop earring in his left ear. When last seen, he was wearing blue jeans, a purple t-shirt, a blue Helly Hansen mountain coat, dark brown suede loafers, and a purple LA Lakers ball cap. Kenley's sister, Kayreen, 18, is also at Acadia. She was the last member of the family to have contact with him the day before he disappeared. Then, they were supposed to have a math assignment done, and she couldn't get a hold of him, said Mr. Matheson. Everybody's worried. So far, we've heard nothing.
Well, at the time, everyone had a theory.
By this stage, everyone has started to talk about it.
It was a mystery what happened here.
There was like the TV reports that were on TV, and it just seemed like, very surreal to me, all of it.
The common hypothesis at the time was that he had tried Acadia for a few weeks and then decided to leave and go out on his own.
People speculating, you know, that he went to South America. I remember that one, went to South America and just wanted to get lost type of thing.
The posters went up, and there's just, I think, a lot of like misinformation.
I've had friends that have told me Kenley was involved in the drug world.
Suicide was a rumor. I believe in my mind, I mean, he was hitchhiking.
He pissed off the wrong people, and maybe those wrong people followed him here to Wolfville.
Could he have run into someone with a very violent past?
Might have been beaten to death or something, or some foul play like that. He got down back to Corcomb's Island, and something happened there with that place.
Could he have run into someone who was suspect in other crimes?
That he had wandered off on the tidal flats or had gone to some place like Cape Split.
Three Pools.
The dike system.
Blomidon.
The Bay of Fundy's right there, so.
The highest tides in the world.
Highest tides in the world.
There's human trafficking.
Counties.
Rogue cops.
There was an individual that had a reputation for being far more aggressive than he needed to be.
You know, another theory, maybe something happened at the dorm, the residence, and someone tried to cover it up.
Maybe he did get in a disagreement with someone about maybe a girlfriend or something like that.
There was a very strong possibility that Kenley was bisexual.
A homosexual encounter that had gone wrong.
Is it possible that Kenley may have been at a party and made a move on someone, or vice versa?
Maybe he was hit on or picked up because he was homosexual. He got into the wrong car, the wrong person.
I did hear last year from a couple of friends that they had heard that he never left the valley. And I took that to mean he was killed and buried up in the valley somewhere.
So much more than a slice of life, piece of the dog.
Have you ever heard of Kenley Matheson?
No, not that it's not familiar.
He was an Acadia student who went missing about 25 years ago.
Oh, at three pools. Yes. Okay. Now okay, that's his name.
How did you heard about him?
Well, he's just disappeared. We actually did a search up there to see if we can find any remnants of evidence just 2 years ago. It's still active. I mean, we still haven't found anything. The case is still open, as far as I know.
Have you ever heard of Kenley Matheson?
Matheson?
Yeah. He was an Acadia student who went missing many years ago.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of that story?
No.
Did you find another twig? Did you find another twig? Taking it all on ain't nothing too big. Pizza the dog. Is it still a little too high?
Have you guys ever heard of Kenley Matheson?
Who's sorry?
Kenley Matheson.
No, I can't say I have.
He was an Acadia student who went missing many years ago. Have you ever heard of him? He lived in Tower.
I don't think so.
Pizza the dog. Pizza the dog. Pizza the dog. So much more than a slice of life. Pizza the dog.
Do people remember in Wolfville Kenley Matheson and that disappearance, or is it sort of gone out of the memory of the town?
There are a few people that still know, but I would say it's probably disappeared. But there are a few people. I was here last year and somebody remembered it. So nobody this time while I've been selling tickets, but last year definitely. So yeah, there's some people around.
So much more than slice slice of life, eat the dog. Thank you.
My wife and I started the store in 1971, calling it the Market because it was called the Wolfville Meat Market. So we stripped off Wolfville and we stripped off meat and we left Market because we couldn't afford a sign. And we initially started out as a head shop, selling pipes and papers and all kinds of hippie paraphernalia. And we just expanded that into clothing and into music and other things as the years went along. Some of my old customers. Kenley Matheson disappeared from Wolfville in 1992. Very strange, very odd situation. That's never been anything occur like this that I've ever heard of before. We hadn't had a murder or something strange like that happen since 1879 in Wolfville. We had a local town police force that was very competent in checking doors and being on the street and being aware of the community. But as far as being able to work on serious crime cases that involved more than just a local knowledge, I think they were overwhelmed.
I think it was typical of any, I'll say, small-town police force.
It was a big fall for us. We were a small municipal police service.
My recollection that it wasn't handled specifically by one or two officers and being investigated. I think it went from shift to shift, by officer to officer.
I wish we had more resources at the time, because just myself and maybe another constable.
Everybody in the department had done something at one time or another in it, and but the chief, I guess, would have been he would have been here daily, so he would have done that, John McLeod.
And then I remember saw a few psychics.
The consistent things from all the different psychics have been
Kenley may have been near water.
Water, railway line.
A lot of times in the woods.
And may be close to the highway.
And like a blow to the back of the head.
The psychic in Bedford was really good. She said, Kenley's alone by this dump.
She said, he is no longer, with his bones and his teeth.
Kenley's, he's among the dead. He's in an old junkyard.
There's been none of them that have said he's still alive.
Rumors that Kenley went to the local bar here in town, the Anvil, which in the 80s and early 90s was a rough bar. It was a work tradesman's bar. It was where people went on a Friday night after work to have a few beers, but almost invariably the Anvil was a spot where disagreements were settled with fists. But the speculation locally was that he had had a confrontation in the bar with somebody or a group of people, and whether or not they had something to do with his disappearance or not, that was always the speculation.
It isn't that hard to hide a body in Nova Scotia if you know where to hide a body in Nova Scotia.
My speculation is, and I'm just saying this was just speculation, he pissed somebody off about something, and whoever he pissed off was mad enough and man enough that they did something about it. I say man enough, I don't mean that in that way, but I just mean mad, testosterone fueled enough that if this person made him mad for some reason, then he acted on it, and perhaps went too far, and then there was no coming back.
Nova Scotia has a lot of farmland, and especially the Annapolis Valley. I was having a conversation with a friend last year who is a farmer, and I said to him, where do all these people go? Why are these people disappearing? Where are they disappearing to? And why is it that 20 years later we still can't find some of these dead bodies if they're in fact dead? And he goes, Bev, look around you. See that land over here? Way, way back, I own all that land. Other farmers can say the same thing about their own land. You can go missing on that property and no one will ever find you. You might be in some gully somewhere, and you can be buried, and no one will ever find your body.
Somebody knows. Somebody somewhere knows something. But if nobody ever talks, or nobody ever says anything, then It's all just speculation.
At the time, we didn't do a search. We were criticized for that.
You know, when somebody gets missing, is a life involved. You have to go right away looking for that person, not do paperwork. One dog, one good bloodhound, will do a job of 100 people.
We did receive a call from Leo Caldi, who has a search and rescue dog.
I was hoping to have a sent article belong to the person, have the opportunity to take the dog in his quarters where he lived, and let the dog do the job.
He did some of his own searches, I believe, and reported to us, but there was nothing was found.
I never put my dog over there. Like here, this is false. They say Leo Caldi, that was 930328. Leo Caldi, you're a tracking dog. No. What a joke.
Kenley wasn't a local man, so the local community, although we were interested in what happened, I don't think there was the same sort of urgency or the same sort of... The community wasn't as upset as it would have been if it was some local person that had disappeared. There would be the family here, there would have been the relatives here, there would have been, I think, a bigger push to have found information about what happened or what might have occurred.
I believe if they will give the opportunity to my unit, we will find the person. We will find him if they will give the opportunity, but they did not give us the opportunity. They pressure off. Everything under control. We are in charge. And this is how the story ended up.
There is a bit of a mentality that people who are students are going to come and go, and people who aren't rooted into the life of the Valley are going to come and go. Maybe that affects the outlook of some people in terms of their empathy and the compassion they are able to extend to others. I hope not. It certainly wasn't the case for me. I don't consider anybody from Cape Breton to come from away. In fact, I consider Cape Breton to be pretty primary to the history of this province.
Locally, it was a story in the news and people were talking about it, but after it kind of went off the news, it just disappeared.
And then over the next weeks and months, it was just a matter of, I remember going to the Wolfville Police Department, walking down there by myself, and it just seemed like very surreal to me, all of it, and just trying to cope with everything. And then I know that my dad, him and his wife Myrtle came down to get Kenley's stuff, which would have been about November. And there was no inventory, no pictures taken of his room. I mean, the police, they truly didn't treat it as a crime.
His whole disappearance was just taken as, again, young kid blew off into the wilderness.
It was just assumed, because of his history, because of his lifestyle, that Kenley just decided he didn't want to play anymore and he left.
There was never any suspicion of foul play. Anyone who gave a statement, nothing was really followed up on to, make sure that it was authentic.
With missing persons, if there's no crime scene, or if there's nothing to create suspicion of a person being missing, then evidence could be lost in the initial report of somebody being missing.
And looking back on it, I think it was just a combination of, the Wolfville Police Department, not knowing how to handle it. And also there's jurisdictions, because at that time the RCMP were not part of the, the Wolfville Police. So then they don't come in and assist, even though it would have been a proper step to do because it's the right thing to do.
And Kenley's case was certainly one of the ones that fell through the cracks along with countless others.
If you could turn back the clock, being there, you'd always wish you could have done more, knowing had there been something else that stuck out, the case should have been treated differently.
I definitely believe that Andrew Johnson had something to do with Kenley's disappearance.
What if Andrew Johnson was there that weekend? And what if him and Kenley got to meet each other, create some type of friendship? And what if, Andrew Johnson came to Acadia a week later and called Kenley casually and, hey, you want to, go hang out? And what if Kenley goes down the stairs and hops in this guy's car and he's never seen or heard of again?
Did you kill Kenley Matheson?
I think around 2000, I got this call from an RCMP officer, Dale Bogle, and he was looking for something of Kenley's that I would have with DNA on it. Dale Bogle told me about this Andrew Johnson guy and that possibility that he had murdered another young person, girl, in Halifax, and they had taken certain evidence from that apartment that they found, and this is what they were looking to match DNA against.
Andrew Paul Johnson was a gentleman who I was investigating, and a lot of other police officers were investigating. He was a very strong person of interest in some very serious crimes in the Halifax area. Andrew is presently in BC in jail.
For 4 days, investigators scour this property in Shad Bay.
We are in fact looking for urine remains at this time.
We know the home belongs to Tom Johnson, brother of Andrew Paul Johnson, who is currently incarcerated in a BC prison on sex-related charges.
Andrew Paul Johnson was convicted of kidnapping and unlawful confinement.
Andrew Johnson has long been suspected of several unsolved murders in the Halifax area.
Andrew Paul Johnson has been long considered a suspect in the case of Kimberly McAndrew, who went missing more than 20 years ago.
There were several high-profile disappearances in the late 80s and early 90s. 18-year-old Andrea Lynn King landed at Stanfield International from British Columbia in January '92. Her body found in Lower Sackville that December.
In 2001, he was declared a dangerous offender. That status was revoked in 2006, but put back in place 2 years later.
21-year-old Stephen Michael Hall vanished in the summer of 1996. His remains were found near Chester later that year.
In 2011, the National Parole Board denied his parole. At the time, the board stated, "You continue to be a suspect in several homicides in eastern Canada." Police are remaining tight-lipped about this search. Today, Sergeant Elaine LeBlanc said the Mounties aren't prepared to release any further information at this time. This, he says, all in an effort to preserve the integrity of the investigation.
I first heard about Andrew Paul Johnson several years ago, and it really stemmed from information that I got from my mom. And she had heard through one of the police that Andrew Paul Johnson would have been at Corcombs Island, or he was possibly in that area the weekend that Kenley was in Corcombs Island as well.
Andrew worked in the area of Corcombs Island. According to a family member, a Matheson family member, they were informed by 2 RCMP officers that Andrew Johnson was at Corcombs Island the weekend that Kenley was present.
He told me that Andrew Johnson and his girlfriend were at Ralph Tomlinson's that weekend in Corcombs Island for supper, and that they had both camped at the Evans Park that weekend, Andrew Johnson and his girlfriend, and that they had found the car. It was a white car that Andrew Johnson was driving in 1992 when Kenley went missing, and he had disposed of the car the 1st of October, which was his normal MO in the rest of the cases that were concerned with him.
So if potentially Kenley did come in contact with Andrew Paul Johnson, you know, maybe they did create a friendship. From what I understand, you know, he wasn't like the obvious, you know, people like look at him and say he's a serial killer. He was like supposedly quite charming, and, you know, if Kenley and him did strike up a friendship, I do wonder, you know, could something have happened the next weekend from this friendship from the previous weekend?
But this is like, you know, just burned in my memory, and it's like Dale Bogle specifically telling me that Andrew Johnson and his girlfriend were at supper that night in Corcombs Island at Ralph Tomlinson's, that they did camp at the Ovens Park that weekend, that they did find Andrew Johnson's car that he sold the 1st of October. Like, those are facts that I was told.
Recently, we tried to really nail down like whether he was at Corcombs Island and where did that original statement come from, because I know my mom is fairly confident that she had heard that like directly from one of the police.
I worked with Andrew Johnson at the Windjammer for, I think it was 2 to 3 years. I went to the casino with Andrew Johnson, and I had drinks with him a few times, and I took him on errands. A typical night running errands with Andrew Johnson, he would call me into the night, and I would take him to like a shady area, and he would speak to prostitutes and ask for crack dealers by name. Andrew Johnson, when he was sober, he was creepy around girls, but when he was drinking and on crack, he was even creepier, and you always got the feeling that he definitely would not be able to control his impulses or his desires if he was on crack or drunk. When I heard Andrew was arrested and got a dangerous offender status, I was not surprised. It was just like, oh, okay. Like, I definitely was like, I could see it. It wasn't shocking.
Well, the police, when I was arrested, found what they called items in my car that were very concerning for the police and the community. And I understand that there was, you know, duct tape and a mask, a Halloween mask, and handcuffs, like toy handcuffs. And I had I'm a chef. I had a knife under the front seat of my car. It was actually like a Chinese knife. Psychology reports say I have psychopathic tendencies. I think it could have went much worse if I hadn't been arrested at that time. So exactly how worse, I would only be speculating as to, what could have happened.
Are you familiar with the name Kimberly McAndrew?
Kimberly McAndrew, yes. I remember that name.
Do you recognize this young woman?
Yeah, I remember that picture, yeah. But no, I've never met her or seen her.
Did you kill Kimberly McAndrew?
I did not kill Kimberly McAndrew.
Where is her body?
I have no idea where her body is.
Are you familiar with the name Andrea King?
I recall the name Andrea King, yes. And again, same thing. I've never met or seen her either.
Did you kill Andrea King?
I did not kill Andrea King.
Are you familiar with the name Stephen Hall or Stephen Michael Hall?
Stephen Hall? Not really, no.
Does this man look at all familiar to you? Blow up of it.
No, I don't recognize him. No.
Were you involved in his disappearance and murder in the Chester area in April of '96?
I was not involved in his murder or his disappearance, no. I've had some bisexual experiences when I lived in Eastern Canada. It was usually like a one night sort of thing, never any relationships or anything of that. That they, on the down low, I think they call it. That's the expression they use. The phallometric testing that they did, better known as the PPG, where they attach you to attach your penis to a computer to measure your arousal. The test showed that I had the same arousal to men as I did for women. So,
where were you living in September of 1992?
That's right around the time I would maybe be living in Bridgewater, and I worked at the Swicker Inn in Lunenburg. I was a chef at the Swicker Inn, and I worked there for maybe a year, about that, yeah. Just a small restaurant right in Lunenburg. On my days off, I used to like to sort of, I like the outdoors, picnicking, camping, that sort of thing.
Have you ever been to the Ovens campground?
Oh, the Ovens, yeah. I've been to the Ovens campground, yeah. But, yeah, maybe once back in those days, yeah.
Have you ever met or have you ever known anyone named Kenley Matheson, or perhaps Ken Matheson or Alan Matheson?
I don't know Kenley Matheson, no. I've never met anyone by that name.
I'll show you a couple pictures of Kenley.
Sure.
Just that's one of the missing posters. Does this person look at all familiar to you?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't look familiar to me at all. He looks like a young man. Good-looking young man. I don't know Corkham's Island, no. I'm not sure. I've never heard of that. I don't recall anyone named Ralph Tomlinson, no.
Have you ever been to this house?
I don't ever remember this house, no.
Does it look familiar to you at all?
Not at all, no. It's a nice house. It's big. But no, it does not look familiar.
How do you explain the fact that these investigators have you at the Ovens campground the weekend of September 12th, September 13th in 1992, and then at the Tomlinson residence that weekend for supper?
I would agree that I was at the Ovens campground, but I do not recall going to any dinner at Corkham's Island with the Tomlinsons. The fact that the investigating officer places me there is, I would have to question what evidence, or why would he think that?
What, if anything, did you have to do with Kenley Matheson's disappearance in September of 1992?
I'm sorry to hear that Kenley Matheson has disappeared, but I honestly don't know him or know anything about his disappearance. The police in Halifax believe that, or have stated that I'm a primary suspect in several unsolved cold case murders in Halifax. It's actually a ploy or a strategy that the police use to keep people like me in prison. I'm not saying that I don't deserve a prison term, because I do. I tried to lure young girls into my car. You know, you can't do things like that. No, I feel, you know, very, very sorry for what I did, and you know, I regret what I did, and you know, I accept a prison term, but it's time for me to move on, right?
I definitely believe that Andrew Johnson had something to do with Kenley's disappearance.
I have never met Kenley Matheson, and I have nothing to do with his disappearance.
If he did do it, he would have had a pattern and a routine that was foolproof.
Did you kill Kenley Matheson?
I did not kill Kenley Matheson.
When we first arrived on the Friday, there was a friend of theirs from the local area. And I remember thinking, what have we got ourselves into? Because they weren't so friendly. They were all sort of a little bit caught up in talking amongst themselves. Eventually, they kind of talked to us. I mean, you know, everyone was very friendly. But I remember thinking at first, you know, where are we kind of thing, you know. I can't remember what he looked like at all.
Is there any possibility his name was Andrew?
I just can't remember his name at all, no.
To remember some finer details like who came to dinner, or, you know, that could have really have been anyone. Our house was really always open to everyone.
I mean, who knows? Maybe I was there. It's possible.
I think it's definitely possible that Kenley Matheson crossed paths with Andrew Johnson and or probably many other people. That wouldn't surprise me in the least. That was an area that we know Mr. Johnson was hanging out in. If these guys are out on a Friday night at a bar, it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. But again, as an investigator reviewing the case, what good does that do me? Because I have nothing definitive.
When I'm asked about Kenley Matheson, I don't know if that doesn't seem like the Andrew that I know, because Andrew wasn't a very big guy, and I'm not sure how big Kenley was, but I don't think that fits the Andrew Johnson that I know.
As it turned out, they did have the sneaker, and there was nothing that matched with Kenley's DNA from that apartment, and they also did not find anything in the car.
In regards to Kenley Matheson ever meeting, speaking, seeing, or being in the same room as Andrew Johnson, I can tell you without any question of a doubt, I have never come across anything that confirms that. Nothing.
What I can say is that there is no evidence to date that links this individual to Kenley's disappearance.
I can't think of anyone that we met or Kenley met that weekend, except for the three that I've mentioned. The guy on the Friday and the couple on the Saturday. There was no time. We were in the house, we were with her family, or out on the ocean, and just otherwise the three of us. I mean, even the night out, as I remember, we were just the three of us.
Anytime there's a case that they can't solve, they seem to blame Andrew Johnson. And I'm not saying he's innocent of all of them or guilty of all of them, but he definitely seems to be the person they like to blame everything on.
It's possible that the police are just trotting his name out every once in a while when they don't know what became of Kimberly McAndrew more than anybody else. So they find some pretext upon which they can get a search warrant to go to Andrew Paul Johnson's brother's place in Shad Bay and dig it up and say, yes, we have some evidence and we're trying to find something here, trying to find Kimberly or find what happened to her.
The fact that the police came up with all these reasons behind why they believe I'm involved is more about keeping me in prison than anything else.
was little when I used to rock him and sing to him and tell him stories. Once. He's in my mind all the time and in my heart forever.
I distinctly remember, even as a very young kid, how smart and quick-witted he was.
When Kenley was born, Sarah phoned from the hospital in Antigonish, and she said, "Are you ever going to use the name Kenley?" I said, "No, I had the opportunity to use it, and I didn't use it, and I'll never use it. So you go ahead and call your little boy Kenley." So that's where Kenley came from.
Kenley's personality, I would say, would be more on the quiet, reserved side.
He was quiet, reserved, an introvert, I would say.
And he did not need to be the center of attention, but yet he thrived on just living life and experiencing things.
Very intelligent, loved outdoors and adventure.
And he was fine being by himself, or, but he also had a lot of friends that he got along with.
Kenley had, which nobody who didn't know him would know, had just a wicked sense of humor.
Very typical of the area, which is a very dry, sarcastic sense of humor. He had a very quick wit.
He was an avid reader.
We both loved Stephen King books. That was one of his favorites.
He read all the time.
Kenley did very well in school. He excelled in school. If you talk to any of his teachers, he was just an excellent student.
He played baseball. He really loved hockey.
My dad was his coach, and I also spent hours and hours at the rink all over Cape Breton, all the different rinks. He also played baseball, Little League in the summer, and that was all the boys from Glendale.
He was a fierce basketball fan, loved to watch basketball on TV, though he didn't play it. He was also a Montreal Canadiens fan, so loved watching hockey.
We grew up on Cape Breton Island, mainly in Glendale. It was a wonderful place. We had forests and rivers and ponds, and we had a farm, and we had cows, and we had clubs. He was in Scouts, and we had baseball and hockey. So it was a very full life.
The property is 140 acres. So they had a very large playground. It went down as far as the river, which you can't see, and it was 1 3/4 miles back from the river. This was the local ball field. So as you can picture, just big enough for the bases. At that time, when they grew up with this acreage of property, they were able to go freely all over the property, which they did. And there was no such a thing as, where are they at, or did somebody take them, or, it was a very freeing time to grow up as a child and just sort of explore as you wanted without any restrictions. You had some restrictions. You had to be home for supper.
Kenley was definitely independent. That would be maybe number one on the list of words to describe him. From when we were young, we were able to just go out into the world and explore it ourselves without anyone looking over our shoulder. And we did have, fairly young parents. My mom had Kenley when she was 19 and my dad was 21. And it was a time where everyone trusted the world and everyone knew their neighbors. I always felt like Kenley and I were in charge of our own entertainment. And even if we went to the river, I don't even know if you would have known. We might have been gone for half a day, and I don't remember telling you or clearing it with you that we were going to go across the Trans-Canada over to the river. Kenley loved being outdoors. Winter, spring, summer, fall, he was always outside exploring what adventures there were in the woods. And I would say that's probably one of his favorite places would be in nature and exploring nature in some way. Like anything to do with canoeing or hiking or camping, that was right up his alley.
Kenley and his father built a treehouse in here. And they went over to the local sawmill and picked up slabs.
I remember that we picked 4 trees and then nailed the slabs to the trees to make the structure.
Yeah, your father probably would have.
Yeah, Kenley really liked to build things.
Yeah, but your father probably would have picked out, with them the 4 trees or how you were going to put this together. They made forts and snowmen and, used their imagination unbelievably.
We used to eat these. These are like little clovers, so you can pull these out and then get the sweet stuff out of the ends of these.
That's what the honeybees do.
It's good.
There are also other things here. They were called sours that were really good. They were really little small things.
Yeah.
And
that's why our immune system was so good. We ate everything out of the earth. I used to have a yellow t-shirt, my favorite t-shirt, and it had a duck on it. And it had a constant brown patch on my belly because I would just pull carrots out and just rub my shirt with the carrot and eat the carrot. Like I'd be in the garden just eating, like that. And we would come up here to eat blueberries or any kind of berries that were in the fields. I think I actually ate dirt.
Oh, you did. I have a picture of you eating dirt down in Troy. Kenley and Tanya, who were buddies, and had Kayreen upside down in the dirt. She was probably 2.
We were, Kenley and Kayreen. It's like the names just go together, and we were always just kind of together. And, Kenley is just part of me. Like, one of the psychics said that she, asked if we were twins, and she's never seen pictures of him, and she said, like, you have a twin energy. And a lot of people, commented throughout the years that we did look like twins, and so he's part of me here with me all the time.
So we've just sort of made a loop around the 20 acres in the middle. That was the cleared land, or is the cleared land, and we're heading back down to the house again.
So of course, you probably wouldn't have spent a lot of time as much as we did out in the fields. And this view for me is, I always get a little choked up whenever I look at this view because you can see, Kenley's window from this view. So our bedrooms were facing, always the sun would come up in the morning on the east. And, my room is on the right side and Kenley's was on the left. And this view just it brings me back to childhood for sure. Puts a big lump in my throat, but this is our land, our stomping grounds from when we were kids, and it was a really good place to grow up until we were teenagers.
Yes.
Yeah.
The tide turned when they were teenagers, and they wanted to be in town where the fun was, and their friends were, and
I do think when the teen years hit and we started to go to school in Port Hawkesbury, that was really a turning point. And then when my parents got divorced, which would have been, basically we were 13 and 15, and we were faced with a decision to live with my mom or live with my dad. And my dad was moving in town. Like, it was basically like we looked at each other and we were like, okay, we're going to move to town.
Check out these albums.
I know. Hi, Jamie. How are you? Welcome.
How are you?
I'm good.
Good to see you.
I have a picture of you in your underwear.
Oh,
I can't wait to show you.
Sweet.
Look at you. Look at you.
Oh my goodness, that's like one of my
Isn't that you right in the middle?
No.
That is you.
Wow.
That is you.
That's a long time ago.
That is him, right? Look at Morris.
Wow, we had some pretty hot friends.
I know, look at Terry. Holy cow.
Wow. Oh my god.
Was Kenley there that night?
He was. I have pictures.
I know, but why isn't he? Do you have ones with him in it? Oh, okay.
Wow.
Look at Mary Jo. What's she doing?
Look at you. Do you have clothes underneath that?
Yeah, probably. I look so tanned. Oh my gosh, you guys look so cute.
These pictures are hilarious.
In frumpy clothes.
Aww.
What'd you say? In frumpy clothes.
Super cute.
That was styling at the time.
I know. You guys look adorable.
I was just talking about your styles.
You look a little bit better now, too.
Yeah, I know. There's the couch, though.
Did Kenley date anybody when he was 12?
No.
I think Selena is the longest person he ever dated.
I scarred him for like. Yeah.
You know what? He was an awesome guy. Yeah. He was.
You just said, and he was so smart.
Yeah, he was. He was smart.
So
he was
smart.
so intelligent. It was crazy. Yep. I mean, for 2 years, grade 11 and grade 12, which are obviously pretty fun years of high school, we lived at Kenley's house. I mean, we did. Every Friday night and Saturday night. Kenley's
Monday,
house.
Tuesday, Wednesday.
Well, you were there a lot.
3 times. Hey, let's go to Kenley's house. Like our parents knew we were there.
My parents had no idea.
Oh no.
The Mathesons landed and Harold Street turned into more of a livelier place.
He's always quiet. In front of me, he's quiet, but then he'd be like, he's fucking smart, eh? Like, him and my buddy St. Clair Stewart, they were like super intelligent. Like, I consider myself intelligent, but they were like beyond that. Like, they were above.
Yeah.
Like, they were just like, and then Kenley wouldn't say much, and then when he did, it'd mean something.
One person jumped in to protect me. It was Kenley. It was Kenley. One fucking person. It was Kenley.
He jumped in.
He jumped in with Ken Ferg and Jason.
And how much did Kenley weigh, and how tall was he?
88 pounds.
Imagine me and him sitting beside each other against these 2 freaks. Exactly.
But when you had a drink in him, he liked to pick. He liked to pick a fight.
Yep.
Even
Yeah,
with
he
his
was
own
a
friend.
little lippy when he got drinking.
Chippy.
He was chippy. But a little lippy. Yep.
Chippy and Lippy.
Yep.
Not to females, just to other guys.
It just felt like he was an old soul.
Exactly.
Like he'd sit
Oh, he
back.
was an old soul. He was an old man.
Like we, you know, like I think he just tolerated.
I was just thinking about this. He didn't He didn't play high school hockey. He didn't play high school football. Like he didn't play the sports, but he hung out with everybody. Right? And people wanted to hang out with him.
But do you remember those days, like at Acadia in the first, because you guys had that chemistry class?
I can remember the last day I saw him. We were crossing paths. We had a class together, and then we had a class where we would actually cross paths. Like he would be on the way to, you know, the nutrition classes were, and then there was where the biology, and that was the last time I saw him. We were crossing paths, and I remember I was having a really down day. Because we had both taken 2 years off, both going back to university. I didn't feel like fit.
Yeah.
And I was like, God, I am just having a really hard time here. And I remember seeing him because he was me. He was my high school. He was, you know what I mean? And I thought, I just want to talk to someone who maybe feels like I do.
Yeah.
Like, do you just feel like you fit here? And I remember walking past him and just kind of, hey, and then kept walking.
Yeah.
But I often think, God, I'd love to go back to that day and that time and pull him off the path and say, help. How are you doing here? Because it kind of sucks. It wasn't good. Those first 2 weeks were not, it was just hard to find your rhythm.
I know you feel bad though, and I can tell, and I don't want you to feel bad. It really wouldn't have changed anything, and I never got, I know I always did feel supported by you, so I can't even imagine how awesome you would have been if you were being a total bitch. I'm kidding. I feel with Kenley that there was always an element of mystery, and the part that I didn't quite understand, and I think no one really understood. And I do know he may have struggled with depression at certain times in his life.
As Kenley got older, I did notice that he was had a pattern of being quiet, more quiet than usual, being down, and what I would describe as being depressed.
I don't know necessarily emotionally how he was doing or what was going through his head. That wouldn't have been his style to really share a lot of his emotions and feelings that were going on.
I am bipolar. And I also thought that he might be bipolar too. It seemed to me that it ran in a 3-year cycle. So that was in grade 6 and grade 9 and grade 12. And the year that he went missing in 1992 would have been like the 3rd year of a cycle.
A lot of people would say they could never really understand Kenley, and that he was hiding something, or there was some deep eddies of the soul, that he was being mysterious. Kenley was much more of a seeker than a hider. I think Kenley was someone who, from a young age, at least during the time I knew him in high school, was someone who was looking for something.
Well, I did notice in grade 12, Kenley's senior year in high school, that things were changing. You know, I wouldn't say it was his best year. You know, he was ready for high school to be finished and really was wanting to go out and find his own adventure.
Somewhere along the line, it was decided that he wasn't going to university.
He did buy a motorcycle, and I remember being on it with him one time before he left. And, you know, that was just, pretty amazing. I know I probably wouldn't be able to do that.
This is a guy who wanted to go have adventures, who bought a motorcycle at the end of high school and decided to drive out and see the country. And I think that sort of restiveness and restlessness, both sort of physically and existentially, I mean, that sort of peripatetic nature of his was mirroring something internally as well. I think Kenley was, and I'm not sure he could articulate what it was that he was looking for to feel sort of complete, or whether this was just something that he wanted to do or felt compelled to do. But that inability to articulate that at a young age probably resulted in people thinking that he was suppressing something or hiding something. And I think it was quite the opposite. It was exploratory.
I do remember the day that Kayreen and I were sitting on the hill by the causeway and
watching him ride his motorcycle across the causeway, and he was gone.
There was this article in the paper that this guy had written about him walking to Brazil to save the rainforest. And that was what was in Kenley's mind, that he was going to meet up with this guy and he was going to walk to Brazil.
That was quite a shock, but like almost in a good way. It was surprising, but yet not surprising, because it really was something that he would, be compelled to do.
They camped, or they stayed in church basement halls. They did talks promoting, saving the rainforest. In turn, they looked for overnight accommodation or a meal.
And I remember getting some letters from him when he hit Louisiana, and basically they had to make their way, stay with people. They didn't have any money coming in, and ended up kind of throwing in the towel, I think, a few months later and heading back out to Banff.
I met Kenley Matheson in a youth hostel in Banff. I think it was 91. And we were both looking for work, and we both had motorcycles, and we became friends. A few days after I'd met him in Banff, we went to Prince George, because I had a friend who had a job as a foreman of a tree planting company who had told me before I went out from Ontario that if I needed a job when I was out west, I could call him. Ken thought that he would also take the tree planting gig. I think since we both had bikes, I think we were both more interested in going somewhere than really being somewhere, I think. And it was just natural to ride on. Anyway, when we got to Prince George, as soon as we got into town, he crashed his motorcycle. He appeared to look the wrong way on a one-way street and was struck, and the bike was immobilized, and he was relatively uninjured. I don't think he went to the hospital. I don't know if it was the night he crashed his bike. Probably not. But I was thinking today of something a reason why I liked him. And it was, I'd gone out, it might have been because he didn't have wheels. And I went to get some food. And I went to a grocery store and I got some smoked salmon in like a styrofoam thing, some bagels, some cream cheese. I think it was some like watercress. And brought that back and made smoked salmon sandwiches. And he was so impressed. He thought it was so good. And I remember he said, I would never have thought of this. You know, I just felt, I don't know, it feels good when people like what you do. And, you know, I think that's why we were friends, because he liked the things that I did. And I liked that. You know? So I remember those sandwiches and just the way he said how much he enjoyed them. And I would never have thought of that. Like, he was impressed. I would say he had sort of a star quality. He was attractive in a way that just made me feel that he was somebody that was worth knowing. Kind of hard to define.
Well, I know what appealed to Kenley about tree planting was the money. Like, he didn't mind doing hard work, and he was willing to do the hard work if he earned the money. And there was really good money to be made in tree planting if you were good at it and fast.
Kenley, I mean, he thrives on hard work and challenges, and so I think that's why tree planting was so appealing to him, and he likes to make money. I
don't think he thought he was an environmental crusader planting trees and saving the earth. I think it was just a job, and we thought there would be some money in it. But it's hard to turn a decent buck at that game. And he was about like me. I think he's a little better than me, but not a star in the tree planting game. It suits people who are very driven, focused on money and numbers. And I think we were just looking for an experience and kind of wanted a balance of like making money, but also having an enjoyable experience, which tree planting is not. Really not. Although we both went back the next year and did it again.
I do remember him telling me like how challenging it was and just the conditions, and I think it's just something that it would be impossible for someone to understand that didn't go through it. But the friendships he made, I think, felt very deep and real.
The trip to Mexico occurred after the tree planting season, which would have ended in August, I think. And then we went to Vancouver and shared an apartment there for a few months. And then in December, we decided we would leave Vancouver and travel to Mexico, Central America. There was talk of Costa Rica. We didn't get that far.
I really don't know very much about that trip, other than he went to Mexico, Guatemala, and Belize, because, again, I asked him when he came home, and he wasn't talking about it.
We took a bus from Vancouver to San Diego, and then crossed the border into Tijuana, and traveled down the Baja Peninsula as far as we could go, and then there's a ferry from, I think the little town is La Paz, and over to the mainland Mexican city of Mazatlan, which is a big city. And as an overnight ferry, it's a pretty good distance. And so it's big open water. It's the Pacific Ocean. And we were playing cards, and there was an Australian guy, and he had this bottle of mezcal. It was a round bottle with the worm in it. And we weren't particularly cautious in our consumption of it. But I remember finishing off the bottle. Somebody ate the worm, I think. I'm not sure. I can't remember. And I didn't think too much of the fact that Kenley wasn't there with us anymore. He was apt to do his own thing and find other things to do from time to time, you know. But I did go looking for him and found him up on the top deck. It was a big boat. There were a few hundred people on it, many levels and rooms. And he was on the top deck on the other side of the barricade where the lifeboats are, with nothing between him and the ocean. He was looking pretty comfortable out there. He wasn't certainly not worried about his situation, because he must have, you know, consciously climbed over that barricade and wanted to be close to death. He looked a little like Captain Ahab or something, you know, like I immediately said, you should be on this side of the railing. It's not safe out there. And he complied. And I don't have a clear recollection of exactly what happened after that. The next day, I did bring it up to him. I mentioned how close he'd come to disappearing off the face of the earth, and he was. He said he had no memory of it, but was shocked.
So what do you think would have happened had you not gone up there looking for him?
I think probably he would have just come back over. Probably would have just climbed over the barricade and come on back. Probably. But there is a chance that he would stumble and fall from that point, which that's a pretty good possibility. You know, it's probably a coin toss whether an inebriated person would survive that. And I guess there's also a possibility that he would have he would have jumped into the ocean. But I'm just supposing that, based on my supposition that he was somehow drawn to the experience of facing death. If he had gone over the railing in the middle of the night, in the middle of that ferry crossing, he'd almost certainly never be seen again. I think that's fair to say, because it would have been completely unnoticed, and there would be no way that anybody could survive the night, you know, let alone an inebriated person. And yeah, you just sink and just become part of the ocean. Of course, that's something that I recalled later when he did in fact go missing.
My name is Marie Carpentier. I'm from Quebec, Montreal, around Montreal. If I remember well, I first met Kenley in late April 1992. So I probably speak with Kenley the first time around the fire pit, coming back from a long day at work. and we started chatting. And where are you from? What do you do? And all that stuff. And my English was tiny, little at the time. And I remember he was laughing about my name because he tried to say Marie in French rather than Mary, because everybody was calling me Mary, and I said, my name is Marie. So he tried to say Marie and Marie. So we had fun with my names. And I remember that. That's maybe the first time I spoke with Kenley. So actually this is my diary from 91, 92. So here is pages about Kenley, or something I mentioned Kenley. And I found some pictures also and listing. That's Kenley. We are on a ferry crossing. Can't remember the name of the lake, but around Burns Lake. So it's east of Prince George, northeast. So this picture is Kenley and myself, and we are chatting, not working at all. This one is after supper. There's Mike, Rich, Hamish, Christine, Lance, and Kenley with his purple baseball cap. That was a clean one, not the one to work with. That was a clean baseball cap. And we don't see his eyes, but you have a good spirit about the feeling in those tents. You see a bunch of dirty young human being, tired and happy to have a good meal and a good cup of tea after. So first thing I know is DNL phoning me with Kenley saying, hey, we are back from tree planting, we are in Montreal, what if we go out tonight? So we spent a couple of nights together, went to a party to DNL's with his friend, went to see the Might Be Giant, we spent times, Kenley and I, walking around Montreal, driving around to Mont-Royal, and the friendship was there. We were alone. DNL was busy, so for me, I was expecting Kenley, my friend Kenley. And one night at we went for a supper at a Greek restaurant in Le Plateau. And Kenley, maybe feeling that his time was running, he shared with me his feelings for me, sharing that he fell in love with me, that since he first saw me, he had something for me, and it was really nice the way he said. It was really, I saw love in those eyes, and I was surprised and I was shocked, and I did not respond to those feelings. I said that I was not available for that because I was going through the end of a long relationship, and I think I did not mention Hamish, but Hamish was my soulmate. So I was not available for that, knowing also that Kenley was going back to school in Nova Scotia and I'm in Quebec. So I was not at the same place as he was. When he left Montreal, he was probably sad, mad, en peine d'amour, like we say in French. I don't know if you'd have that in English, but his heart was broken, sadly. He was challenging his fear going back to school, going back to that life where he's not sure he belongs to. So hitchhiking from Montreal to Nova Scotia, I cannot imagine being in his mind. He probably hit a wall somewhere on the road. I don't know how he did it. We never spoke after that, but I can easily picture Kenley on the highway with his thumb up, thinking, a lot of thinking and being sad and not ready.
I do feel when he came back from tree planting that year, it was almost like he was probably a different person. You know, his perspective had changed, his beliefs had probably changed.
When I ran into Kenley again, and I say again, he had gone away for a couple of years when I had gone to university along with some friends from Port Hawkesbury. And he returned, and There was a bit of a sort of a Heathcliffian aspect to him. He was sort of brooding, and I think he had read a few philosophical books and maybe some cosmological tracts, and he was quite interested with the sort of the larger meaning of the universe.
And then he's trying to fit into Cape Breton expectations, and I do suspect like he felt that.
I recall thinking that Kenley's a fairly exotic character all of a sudden. I mean, this is someone that I grew up with in a small pulp and paper town in Cape Breton, and here he's coming back and telling stories of driving across the country and hitchhiking, crisscrossing and sleeping in someone's house in the Bible Belt. He's seen a lot of things that I could only have imagined at the time. I remember feeling slightly envious that he had had the balls to go off and do that while the rest of us were taking introductory English courses.
When you're away, you feel you can just be yourself. Like you break it all down and you 100% get to know yourself, and the things you enjoy are, maybe different than what it might be in Cape Breton or what is acceptable. So I do think there was a little bit of that when he came back.
Again, my overriding impression of Kenley at the time was of someone who was, he was interested in getting back to school, but he was questioning pretty explicitly the purpose of things. Not in a way that, people ask, was Kenley gay, as though that somehow would explain the details of what happened to him, and perhaps that could. I don't think that explains the truth of anything, but it might help fill in some gaps.
Well, I've heard, over the years of other, people that have suspected that Kenley is gay, and I mean, I know he had girlfriends, and I really don't know. I never saw any signs of that.
As far as the notion or the thing that Kenley might have been gay or bisexual, I never noticed that when he was younger.
I think there's a possibility that he was gay.
I don't think Kenley was gay.
As far as I could tell, in the entire time that I spent with Kenley, there was no indication that he was gay.
Who knows, though? I don't know. Who knows? Yeah. Who knows, really, with anyone?
Kenley, as far as I know, didn't have relationships with women. Well, he had relationships with women, but not intimate relationships that I knew of. And yeah, I was surprised at that, and thinking back too, because a lot of people liked him.
Is it possible? Yeah, of course. I know people who have decided to go public with the fact of their homosexuality decades after they were the age of Kenley when he went missing.
I do recall that gay people found him attractive. And I do recall that he was uncomfortable with that. But what can you make of that? Or he acted uncomfortable, to me.
From the people and some of the research that I did and the interviews I did and people I spoke to, there is a possibility that Kenley was bisexual, yes.
There was never any indication, either overtly or anything that I picked up otherwise, that made me think that he was gay.
I don't think Kenley Matheson could be gay or bi or whatever. No, I don't believe that.
But I wouldn't be totally surprised either. But again, I was like pretty obtuse, I think, in those days. I just didn't think about that.
Never made a move on me, never tried to kiss me, never tried to grab my hands.
Maybe he was just disinterested. I think, I guess that's part of it. But we never talked about that.
I have never spoken to a male that was intimate with Kenley in that way.
I don't remember a trip to the emergency room in August of '92, so that could quite likely have been not something I was aware of. And he was also 20, so he could have gone to the doctor himself.
When he
was in a down mode. It was, you know, lots of sleeping and just sort of like recharging his battery.
One of the things Kenley wanted to do was go down to the cabin and spend a week there, just I think in the quiet and peace.
And the summer before Kenley disappeared, before we went to Acadia, he spent some time down here, and he refurbished the canoe. So there was something he loved, projects and things like that, that led to him spending more time outdoors. And, you know, he didn't mind roughing it or, you know, having to live in the cabin, or obviously he was out planting trees a lot, so it was probably more of a luxury when he was here. And we just spent a lot of time out in this canoe. And that's a couple of my uncles on my dad's side, that was their last memory of him, was him working on the canoe and seeing him down here for those, you know, weeks in August before we went off to Acadia. Even still, I can't believe that he disappeared in Wolfville. To me, it's, you know, just one of the biggest mysteries. But I really don't think that he just picked up and left and didn't tell his family.
Hello? Who's there?
You don't want to talk with me.
Who is this?
You don't want to talk with me.
Kenley?
In September 1992, Alan Kenley Matheson was one of hundreds of first-year students trying to adjust to life on campus at Acadia University. Just 3 weeks later, the 20-year-old from Glendale, Nova Scotia, disappeared and hasn't been heard from since. At the time, police found no sign of foul play. After a lengthy search that led only to dead ends, Matheson's file became a cold case. But after a recent review of his file, the RCMP decided to search again this weekend in these woods near Acadia. Along with the RCMP, a psychologist will be involved in the search. Ken Hill has worked with missing persons cases for 19 years and says often the missing person doesn't want to be found.
For whatever reason, financial, guilt, shame, whatever, the person has gone somewhere else and taken up a new life. And in this case, with a subject who has traveled many parts of the world, it's very possible that he could, in fact, done just that.
More than 25 RCMP officers will be here tomorrow, poking and prodding the forest floor looking for a clue, any clue that may help them solve Alan Kenley Matheson's strange disappearance more than 13 years ago. Erin Moore, CBC News, Wolfville.
He was the kind of person that if anybody was going to undertake, I guess, a personal experiment in disappearing, he might be a candidate.
He's missing because he ran away. That was my strong point of view, and still is.
There was one night I was here, Kayreen was home, living here for the summer from Acadia, working, and I got this phone call like in the middle of the night, around 4 o'clock. And, I was just awake instantly. And so I answered the phone, and this person, just like this voice said, "You don't want to talk to me. you don't want to talk to me. And, you know, I just kept saying, who is this? Who is this? Because I was trying to determine, like, I guess I did think it was Kenley, but I was trying to catch a note in the voice that, you know, I would know the voice or who it was, but the voice was very, like downtrodden, very low voice. Kayreen woke up instantly. She heard the phone call. The person then hung up.
Do you think that may have been Kenley?
I always thought it was Kenley, and it could have been. It's just, it's like, you know, who knows?
Sometime after Kenley had disappeared, I was at Halifax International Airport, either picking somebody up or dropping somebody out. And the bar used to be right beside where you walked. And I was walking by and I just looked at a young fellow. He had his ball cap on backwards and he looked at me. And I took a couple of steps and then I guess some eerie feeling or something, I don't know. I turned around and I went back. The beer glass, it only had about a mouthful of beer out of it. There was nobody there. I went down to the other end of the airport, there's nobody there. And I went in the men's washroom and there was nobody there. So I never did see who the young fellow was.
At the time, did you think it may have been Kenley?
I thought at the time, and that's why I stopped and turned around. Because I looked at him and he looked at me. And then when I went back, I couldn't locate him. He left a full beer at the bar, and when I walked around the airport and I came back, the beer was still cold, so it wasn't poured long beforehand. So then, I don't know, being nosy, I walked outside and there was nobody outside either, so I don't know where this person disappeared.
Well, a year after Kenley had disappeared, I was still in college, and it was Monday, and a friend of mine that went to school with me said, "Oh, I saw somebody on the weekend that knows you," and I said, "Really? Who's that?" He said, "I was, he was in Halifax for the weekend."
I think it was around 2 o'clock in the morning. We ended up at the Palace, and so, I mean, we're college students. We're drinking, and we were standing in the lineup at the Palace for quite a while, probably a good 15 minutes, and then this gentleman behind me started talking to me, and we just got talking about Nova Scotia PEI, and he asked me what I was doing in Nova Scotia, and I said I was studying at King's Tech, Funeral Service Education. He said, "Oh, you may know my cousin Wendell McKinnon," and I said, "I do." I said, "He's taking the broadcasting course," and so that really started the conversation between him and I. He told me he was going to Acadia, and that he was just down in Halifax for the weekend, and he was just hopping from club to club like we were. We continued to talk just about things about Nova Scotia. Nothing about him. He didn't give me a name. He was probably in the lineup with me for about 20 minutes. I turned to talk to my friend Colin, and when I turned around, he was gone. I scanned the crowd, and I looked in the street, and there was no sighting of him whatsoever, so it was just like he vanished. The Monday morning following that weekend that I was in Halifax, I ran into Wendell at coffee like we always did, and we just got talking. I said, I was talking to your cousin over the weekend at the Palace.
And so I asked him, I said, who was this guy? He said he was your cousin, obviously. And I said, really? And so I started thinking, who could that be? And I asked him to describe him, and he basically described Kenley.
He said, what was his name? And I said, well, I don't know what his name was. I said, he never said. And I said, I was having drinks, and we were just talking about Nova Scotia, and he mentioned you, mentioned Acadia, and that's about the end of the conversation.
This friend of mine wasn't aware that Kenley had gone missing at the time, but I said to him, if I showed you a picture of this cousin of mine, would you recognize him? And he thought he would, so I did.
He went to his locker and brought me a picture, and he said, is this him? And I said, yes, it is him. And he said, well, he's been missing for a year. We had no idea where he is.
So that was about a year after the fact.
This is definitely the gentleman I was talking to at night. And this is Kenley Matheson. This is the gentleman I was talking to.
I'm Cindy McKinnon, and I live here in London, Ontario. So I'm distantly related to the family of Kenley who live in Cape Breton. I'm guessing it would have been 97. I know it was winter time. It was evening, and this young man came to the door of the house we lived in then, and he was canvassing for Greenpeace. It was cold, and I had him come in. It's a beautiful, beautiful young man with a lot of passion for what he was doing. I would have spent quite a bit of time with this guy who I gathered to be about mid-20s. Darkish hair. I just recall these beautiful eyes. Average height, slender build. I think there may have been some kind of cap on his head. I just remember him being lovely, just lovely to look at, and enjoying the combination of how beautiful he was as a young man with such passion. The thing I think I remember the most about that day, I don't usually invite canvassers who come to my door in, for one thing. I don't usually spend 20 minutes to 30 minutes even in my foyer talking to people about something that up to that point hasn't been of interest to me. So when I look back on that day, what strikes me the most is it was a moment in time of meeting an individual who is so caught up in what they're doing at that moment, and so passionate about what they're doing, and so knowledgeable at a young age about what they're doing, that I thought it was a special person. I went to Cape Breton with my husband to visit family in the summer of '98, and we were staying, as we usually do, we stayed with the relatives in their homes. And so we were staying with Brian's aunt and uncle, Harvey and Laura. And so we were in their home, and we were probably staying with them for 2 or 3 nights before we moved on elsewhere. So in that period of time, you know, you're chatting with the family a fair bit, you're noticing knickknacks and things. So at some point in this visit with them, I was paying attention to all the photographs on the walls, the family photograph, and of course being from the other side of the family, I don't know who's who. And this particular photograph that was on the wall with several photographs kind of jumped out at me. And I remember thinking, I think I know that guy, but I you know, where do I know that guy? He looks awfully familiar. And so I said to Aunt Laura in her dining area, I said, Aunt Laura, who's that guy? And she said, oh, well, that's my nephew. Why do you ask? You know, and I said, well, I feel like I know him. I feel like I've met him. And she got a really strange look on her face. And she said, well, that is surprising because he is a missing person. So are you sure that you've met him? I said, no, I'm not sure, but I really have a strong feeling that I have met him. And I think he's a young man that came to our door canvassing for Greenpeace. This was the first time I'd ever heard about her side of the family and that there was a missing person on her side of the family. I also would like to share that I was having, aside from the sort of feeling like I'd met this person in real time and space, I was having sort of more like a spiritual or psychic or whatever kind of feeling welling up in me, to the point where I remember crying when I saw his picture. I remember being terribly moved, and at that point didn't know any backstory. And I remember having a sense, and I don't know if it was that night or sometime after, but I remember having this sense, almost like a dream, but I think it was a daydream, not a nighttime dream, that this individual was near water. And I don't know why, but I do remember having this sense at the time that I needed to follow this up. She decided to give me a copy of the picture to take back home with me. So when I left with the picture. There was a Greenpeace office on Richmond Street in London at that time. So I went into their office, and there was only like a receptionist, secretary type person there to speak with. And I just asked her if I could have a moment of her time or if there's anybody I could speak with. And I said, I have a photo I'd like to show you. I said, we're trying to find this young man. And I said, I just need to know, I'm pretty sure he's somebody who came to my door. She took the photo and she looked at it and she said to me, yes, I believe this individual has worked for us. And she did tell me, she said, you know, a lot of young people canvass for us that are very transient. So people come and people go. And she said, all I can confirm for you is, yes, he does look like someone who has worked for us, but I cannot tell you anything more than that. As again, there must have been something in her tone that would suggest to me that she wasn't 100% sure. But even if she wasn't going to tell me.
He talked about marine biology, like university sciences, and I think for a career he would have been very happy to have traveled around and examined marine ecosystems. I think that would have been his dream.
I can easily picture Kenley working in Greenpeace on a boat somewhere to save stuff like whales and trees and see, that was his thing. That was his passion.
I think he did, you know, one of the main reasons he would have taken off would have been, wanting to get back and get on sort of life's adventure, merry-go-round, you know, something more exciting than being stuck in a college town.
I could see that a very clearly delineated sort of cause, married with a sense of the adventure and sort of provocative nature of some of Greenpeace's antics to actually sort of intervene in areas that they don't agree with, would appeal to him.
I do think that he was highly interested in environmental issues, but I don't think he would have just picked up and left Acadia, you know, to join Greenpeace.
And I can't imagine with the, you know, the close relationship he had with Kyrene and the kind of guy he was, that he would want to just disappear. I know there are people who do that deliberately, and they don't tell anybody, and for years and decades. But I can't imagine that he would have done that to his family.
I mean, maybe I have heard about Kenley. Maybe that was one of the things that he mentioned over a few beer one night when he was back.
I can't remember him ever talking about Greenpeace.
The only thing that doesn't make sense to me about Kenley wanting to join Greenpeace is Kenley was not a joiner.
I would have been a little surprised if he would join an organization like Greenpeace because of the conformity that would have been involved. I think he's, from what I saw, he was very much a free agent.
Kenley being alive, yes, I imagine that. He could still land on my doorstep someday. That's definitely still a possibility in my mind, but a very slim possibility at this point in time.
I really hope he's still alive. I really do.
My gut is telling me that he is out there somewhere still alive.
Sometimes I think he might still be alive.
I hope he's in Ecuador, in a bar, running a bar somewhere. And just, you know, with a nice local and tourist clientele, having a good life.
To date, there has not been any credible sightings.
I think he's in Guatemala enjoying himself, working in the cornfield with a Guatemaltec family.
I hope that, you know, he's smoking a Havana, you know, living in life up in Cuba, drinking mojitos and living a good life, because, you know, I thought he was a good guy. I hope he's happy, and I'd like to think there's no, you know, bad end.
I would rather be ashes than dust.
I would rather my spark
should burn out
in a brilliant blaze.
Then it should be stifled in dry rot.
I would rather be a superb meteor.
Every atom of me
in a magnificent glow.
Than a sleepy, impermanent planet.
Man's chief purpose is to live, not to exist.
I shall not waste my days trying to prolong them.
I shall use my time.
I think when someone is missing and the collective urges for an answer, you start pointing fingers at things in people's experiences and impose a narrative when in fact any number of things could have happened to Kenley that were specific to a context that occurred in the space of 24 hours.
The thing that makes historic cases so unique is time, obviously. Time can be your best friend or it could be your worst enemy. What happens with time is people start to forget, but they also start to not care as much.
I think it was on Monday or Tuesday. I hadn't seen him, and that was sort of unheard of, really, at that point. You know, even just seeing him walking along the pathway, my residence was right in front of his residence, so you know, you'd often see him walking down the pathway or whatever, and not even running into him during school, and I thought that was rather strange. And so I brought it up to Tom again and said, have you seen Kenley? And Tom is like, no, I haven't seen him. And again, they lived on the same floor, so that seemed unlikely to me. And so I remember going to the RA at the time and just saying, you know, I have some concern. I'm wondering where my friend is. I haven't seen him for some time. And They took me upstairs and to his room, and we checked his room, and what stood out for me out of that particular moment was that his knapsack was still there. And to me, that just seemed rather out of place. Yeah, I didn't know the guy very well, but that knapsack went everywhere with him. It was, it was very much a part of him. And to just see that knapsack there, it just seemed that still to me seems very out of place, that would just be left there.
When I came in on the Wednesday and, just my scan of the room, I do remember seeing the books and, seeing his bed kind of unmade as if someone had just, left the bed, the clothes, the toiletries and everything on the counter. And then I know that he had his backpack, that was in the room, but his book backpack, from what I remember, was not in the room. I do know it didn't come home because I was pretty aware of a lot of the stuff that did come home. Like I know his other, his traveling backpack, the one that he used to, travel all over the place, was still with all of his stuff. So the black and red one did not come back.
The room seemed organized. It wasn't, there's books on the table, stuff like that. I can't remember seeing the backpack there. I can't. Like I say, in the last time he was missing, I believe he said he was carrying a knapsack.
The black backpack, I recall, or from my notes that I read in my notebook, is from what the witness had said he'd seen him with downtown.
So you don't recall it being in the room?
No, I don't.
According to the statements and all the documentation that I reviewed regarding Kenley's case, the Wolfville police file, timeline, interviews, any type of documentation, there was absolutely no indication whatsoever that somebody or anybody had been in that room between Sunday at 9-ish when the RA was there Sunday night and Wednesday when Kayreen entered the room.
Yes, I believe that Kenley's sister and the resident assistant were the first people to enter the room.
I hadn't seen him since Friday, right? So at this point, it's now getting into the school week and he's not participating in classes. We're not seeing him on campus. And so, yeah, so I think it was Tom and I that, we had spoke about it, and Tom had said, he maybe had felt a bit of concern as well. So we went and approached Todd Barker, who was the RA at the time, on tower on the 9th floor, and expressed our concern to him as well. And, he took us very seriously and, went through, the proper channels to get us access to his room so that we could at least just have a look in there. And he opened up the door, and all you saw in that room really was just Kenley's knapsack. That, to me, just sticks out the most as soon as he opened up the door and the knapsack is just sitting there beside his bed. Like I say, that knapsack is, was like his man purse, it had his personal things in there. He always had that. So for him not to take that, it just seems just very out of place to me.
According to Kirsten, you guys were the first ones being so close to Kenley that really noticed that he had gone missing. And she said that you guys approached Todd Barker, the RA, about Kenley. Is that true?
I can't remember approaching Todd Barker about him. May have been, yeah. Yeah, I can't remember.
Did you and Kirsten and Todd Barker go in Kenley's room?
No.
Speaking of Kayreen, as you remembered it when I talked to you last time, you were saying that she was the first indication to you that something was amiss.
Yeah, she came and sought me out because she said she hadn't seen him. The room was as if he had just left and that he was coming back. His book bag was there. His sister checked to see if his clothes were there. His clothes were there. There were some textbooks on his desk, if I recall.
Yeah, I think it was the first time that Todd had heard about it. He seemed, just as shocked as we were, that he hadn't seen Kenley. So I think he took that to be quite serious.
Kirsten has a memory of you guys going in there.
Yeah? I can't remember that. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if he would have had the authority to go into another room. I don't know. I simply can't remember that at all. I certainly haven't written it down because I've had a good look through. I haven't written down that I went into his room with Todd Barker.
So there's no opportunity for anybody else to get in there, as far as you know.
No, because they would have locked. They would have locked it. I had a key, but I was told not to go back into that room. I would not have gone in his room for any reasons other than that day when she came out. I'm responsible as a key holder, that I have a master key that I can open up people's rooms. I couldn't violate people's trust by opening up rooms for people, whimsily. But I will tell you one thing: there was guys in the building who knew, they could have been safe crackers, knew how to jimmy doors open. The master key was useless because there was guys who knew how to jimmy those locks with butter knives.
Kroll Tower was very easily to break into as far as rooms. All you had to do was have 2 knives and prop the door open and you're in.
I think some people were into his room after he went missing. I believe that wholeheartedly.
If it were a situation where the accounts of those people involved who gave statements to Wolfville police, the resident assistant, friends of Kenley's, if it were a situation where one of those people had been in that room prior to that initial time that Kayreen and Todd Barker go into that room, and yet there's nothing in the statements or files about it, what might that indicate?
Okay, sorry, can you repeat that?
If it were discovered that the RA, others from the 9th floor, for example, Tom Gordon and or Kirsten Tomlinson, were in that room between Sunday and Wednesday night when Kayreen went in there, and yet there's nothing about that in any of their statements, what might that indicate?
That to me, if any of those people that were persons of interest, if it was discovered that they were definitively in that room between Monday and Wednesday, to me that would be another red flag, but that would be a very big red flag.
Again, that knapsack just it just stood out. Who goes somewhere without, their belongings? That I think his wallet was in there. That's all I see is, as I'm recalling this to you now, just seeing, as they opened up the door and then having that moment of clarity where it's like, wow, why is that knapsack just sitting there?
I can't speculate on what it might mean if someone had entered the room before Kenley's sister and the RA, but certainly if that were the case, I would be very interested to receive that information, and I would follow it up thoroughly.
It's that knapsack. That knapsack just doesn't make any sense. That's the foreboding feeling I had. And that's what I always, ended up coming back to in terms of, where did he go?
To learn if one of those or all of those persons of interest were actually into that room without authorization, without reason, that to our knowledge, between Sunday and Wednesday, when Kayreen went in, that would be of great importance to me as an investigator.
Yeah, might take me a little while to find it, sorry. Shall we take a little break or?
No, it's okay. I think it was on the Wednesday, where
the Wednesday after?
You and Kirsten, yeah, it must have been the 23rd. You guys
Okay.
drive to New Minas to drop off some film. I don't know.
Oh, here we go, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
You're right. Yeah, 23rd of September. Kirsten and I discussed, do you want me to read this out?
Hold on one sec.
Okay. So yeah, on the 23rd of September, Kirsten and I appeared to discuss this for the first time, and it just says here, Kirsten and I discussed the disappearance of Ken. He hasn't been seen for days. His sister thinks he's just taken off somewhere. Which is what I think the initial reaction, if you think first of Kirsten and myself, that's I think what we thought. Certainly what I thought.
So you and Kirsten, you're down in New Minas on Wednesday afternoon. Why were you guys down there? Why were you in New Minas?
I think I was getting a camera film developed.
Could you read the parts on that 23rd on the Wednesday where you and Kirsten are discussing
I did.
Sort of the lead up and then...
Because I read the first 2 bits about us talking.
Okay.
I said, Kirsten, I did, okay, but I'll do it again, no problem.
Start with like the drive out there or whatever, or...
So on the 23rd of September is when it seems from the diary the first conversation comes up about Kenley. We drove, it says here, to New Minas to drop off a film to get developed. And it says here, Kirsten and I discussed the disappearance of Ken. He hasn't been seen for days. His sister thinks he's just taken off somewhere. And I later write, all I can say is I hope Ken's all right.
Just one thing back to the journal. On the 24th, on the Thursday, sort of around the time that all this is going down, you wrote that you caused a stir by flying off the handle. What happened?
I can't remember. I remember reading that in the diary again. But I literally cannot remember what it was. But, these things, happen. I've been away from home for a long while by then. I've been away for something like a month and a half, and everything was totally new, So, I don't think there's anything too serious. There were little fallouts between people at points on the 9th floor, but none of them were ever too serious.
The girl that they spend the weekend in Corcomb's on, I remember she came into the office and she had Kenley's hat, the hat apparently he was wearing when he went missing.
In early '93, you gave the Wolfville Police Department, Constable McKillop, I guess, Kenley's baseball cap.
I did?
That he had left on Corcomb's Island, apparently. How did that come about?
I don't even remember that. Wow. His baseball cap. He didn't even have his baseball cap. I don't remember. I don't remember that. Wow. Yeah, that doesn't stand out for me at all.
She said the hat, she just said, well, Kenley Matheson left the hat there that weekend. The weekend he was down there. But they say he might have been missing last seen wearing that hat.
What was his trademark hat?
I can't remember. We'll have to find out from the photo, but so might have to redo that. Yeah, sorry. But I can. It was always, like you have with the brim, turned in, and he always had the same hat, but I can't picture what was on it.
Do you remember Kenley leaving his hat at Corcomb's and Kirsten returning it to the Wolfville Police Department, several months later? Does that ring a bell at all?
It does ring a bell. Do you mean the baseball cap?
Yeah.
It does ring a bell that he left it behind somewhere. But I can't remember how or why he left it behind. But then I didn't know that she'd returned it to Wolfville Police, no.
And that played on my mind for a while. That still bothers me about the hat.
And I just remember him waving and wearing his trademark cap. Although are you saying that his cap was left in Corcomb's Island, right?
And to me, when I think Tom Gordon last saw him, his description was to a T. The person you walk past, you don't remember just like that when he's wearing. But his description's right down, to a T. His hat, the clothes, and everything.
Well, Tom Gordon, he did have some details on when he saw Kenley last. And, they were good friends and, he observed him supposedly downtown on Main Street walking near the gym, which would be away from the downtown area going towards Nolan's Canteen. And he actually mentioned that in a statement that he saw him walking towards Nolan's Canteen. Well, Nolan's Canteen is known where the bus line is. And so he gave the indication that, you know, Kenley was walking towards Nolan's Canteen, which would make you think, you know, he's walking towards the bus station.
So, Tom, this is really interesting for me because it's sort of different even than what I expected, because, you know, some of the stuff I've read and when people talk about the last sighting, there are some that have you seen him sort of walking toward Nolan's Canteen, like down by the athletic center. Does that make any sense?
My memory, certainly being back here, is coming back, it's bringing it back a little clearer. My memory is definitely of seeing him here on Main Street.
Initially, Tom Gordon seemed kind of, as I remember back, he cooperated, but he wasn't really, felt like he was hiding something.
My memory is not of seeing him heading towards any kind of bus stop, like a bus depot called Nolan's Canteen. My memory is of seeing him here on Main Street, and as I recall it, him coming the other way, heading into town.
Some of the conventional wisdom is that you had seen him twice that day, which doesn't quite make sense either. That you saw him at the ATM, and then you saw him again. So,
not that I remember.
As you recall, you only saw him one time that day.
As I recall it, I only saw him the one time during that day, and that would be down here on Main Street. If I reread the diary and if I think back to that day, I can't recall seeing him the second time.
The same individual who was reporting Kenley at an ATM on Monday is the same individual that's reporting him leaving town, walking out of town on Monday, walking with some type of a knapsack and a hat or whatever was mentioned on the posters. I do not believe, as an investigator, that that was factual.
So that the Sunday, the last day that I saw him, I always feel like that was the day that he disappeared. And the timeline, I mean, to me, just works out because I saw him at 4 o'clock, and then the next day at 8:30, he didn't go to class. He didn't go to his chemistry class. Tuesday, he didn't go to his calculus class. Monday night, he didn't meet me for studying for calculus to do our calculus homework. Who saw him Monday? Where was he Monday?
Where were you that Sunday night?
Sunday night, I went. Sunday night, it says I went here with some friends to the chapel service on the campus. I can't remember anything about it, but it was probably the case that some people were going and I went along.
Was Kenley around that Sunday?
I can't remember Kenley being around that Sunday, but again, it would have appeared in my diary, or I would remember if it had been strange. You know, like I say, people from the 9th floor, you saw them, you didn't see them. They were, they were around, they were not around. So it didn't strike me as strange. I mean, he probably not noted that I saw him if I saw him because it was just on the floor or whatever.
Well, when the police asked him, asked Tom Gordon, where, I'm not sure exactly the questioning, but where do you think, or what, where do you think Kenley is, or do you know where he is? And he said, check South America. And then he was one of the last people to see him, and he states that he saw him walking towards Nolan's Canteen. So this could have been like a major reason why the police and other people, lumped that into him just taking off.
This person who reported seeing Kenley last, yes, that in and of itself would certainly, in my books, make him a person of interest. No question about it. Being asked, by Wolfville Town Police, where do you think he is, and having a response, South America. I mean, that is so far out in left field. That statement alone is going to attract my attention. No question about it.
So there were a few things surrounding that time that I feel like the police, should have been a little more suspicious of, especially the last sighting that someone had of a person, that to really okay, let's completely figure this timeline out and find reasoning for it and find backup for it and find witnesses that show that this person was telling the truth.
It's funny, I was thinking about that the other day. I said, the last person, now that you mentioned Tom Gordon's son, I said, well, That person make something like that up. You know, in my mind, I kind of played on me that maybe he would. He did something to Kenley, and the trace, you know, made up the story that I saw Kenley at the bank and at Main Street. That's still in my mind. That's a possibility that could happen.
What was the nature of your relationship with Kirsten? Was it romantic? Was it platonic? Were you interested? Was she interested?
The relationship with Kirsten, and I had to look back a lot in the diary to try and refresh all this. And looking back, there's a lot of me writing about, you know, is wondering if, you know, if we were more than friends or just friends.
Maybe there was between Tom Gordon and the other girl, and Kenley Matheson, there might have been, that was brought to my attention by somebody, maybe there was a love triangle. Maybe Tom Gordon got jealous.
What about you and Tom?
No, me and Tom never ever got together either. No, a little too dorky for me. That was such a goofy question. Tom, yeah, no.
But I remember we went to the tower party and then ended up sort of sleeping in the same bed. And then we sort of agreed that, you know, we were going to be friends. I think of looking back, and this might be a guy thing. I was probably more into it than she was, and I think if I remember rightly, she said to just be friends.
And I believe I asked Tom Gordon about that. You know, and he denied. He said, "No, there's nothing. We're just friends." He said that, you know, three of them.
And I know that, like Tom, you know, he has followed the story over the years, and he reached out to me on Facebook, and we messaged back and forth, and he has shown interest, like even contacting the RCMP afterwards. It's really hard to say whether, you know, that's just from a crazy thing that happened at a very crucial time in his life. You know, he just moved to a new country, and basically, like, probably his new best friend goes missing. So that, you know, it's hard to say whether that's just always been, you know, like a sore spot for him where he was really impacted by that event. I mean, of course, the other side is like he's trying to keep track of things and, you know, making sure that, like if he ever was involved in anything with Kenley's disappearance, that he's aware of it.
Actually, there was two times that person injected themselves back into the investigation. One was to the phrases used I found very strange. One was there, have you found any proof that Kenley was dead? That I find very intriguing. That type of a statement. Have you found any proof as to where Kenley is? Have you found any proof that Kenley's alive? If you, anything new on Kenley's case? No, that's not the question that was posed. What was posed is, have you found any proof that Kenley was dead?
If Tom Gordon were involved and he wanted to prove that Kenley was around on Main Street on Monday, might he go into the bank and can deposit something in Kenley's account to have a bank record to match the story he's telling?
That makes perfect sense to me. I mean, that's, if he has something to do with Kenley Matheson's death, Tom Gordon, he had his bank card. You know, he would put it back, and that would verify his story.
Do you know what happened to Kenley?
Unfortunately, I have no idea what happened to Kenley Matheson. I wish I did. I wish I had some kind of answer. I wish I could give some kind of clue or some kind of indication. But it's a tragedy and a mystery that someone that seemed to be so happy, you know, although he'd given up a few things, you know, some of the adventure and incredible things he'd been doing and places he'd been to come and study back in his home province of Nova Scotia in a small, you know, college town of Wolfville. He seemed happy. He seemed, in the time I knew him, to be making the most of it, if you like, you know, trying to experience what he could and throwing himself into it. And yeah, The sad thing is I have absolutely no idea what happened, and I wish I did. I wish I could give his family some kind of closure. I wish I could help.
Were you involved in his disappearance?
I wasn't involved in any way in his disappearance, and I wish I could offer some kind of, positive answer to the whole thing.
When was the last time that you talked to Tom Gordon?
Yeah, it would have been when, in what year is it? 1998? Where are we? What year are we? 2002, right? Is that where we are? What year are we?
92.
92. Was it 92?
September of 92.
Wow, 92. Now, why have I got my dates all fucked up? Oh, okay, yeah, 92, 93 would, okay, yeah. Okay. So the last time I would have seen Tom was in 92 when he left Acadia. But again, that doesn't really stand out for me.
Do you know anything about Kenley's disappearance?
I know nothing. Yeah, just what I've told you. Yeah, I know nothing.
Do you know anything about Kenley's death? Were you involved in his death?
Well, we don't know that he's dead. So, no, I've absolutely no knowledge of anything that happened to him after the last time I saw him or he was seen on campus, living what seemed to be a happy life.
Did you remove his backpack from his dorm room?
No, I didn't remove anything from his dorm room. Especially not his backpack.
Did something happen that September that you are covering up?
I can't think of anything negative or bad that happened in that September 92 that I or we or people in some way are covering up.
He went into the diner, this is Walton Diner, to eat. Came back out to the car, stared at the lake, went back into the convenience store. Came back out again, and he's been sitting in his car for 20 minutes. Also, one other time he got out and he kept staring at the lake, not taking pictures, not smoking, just staring. So we're just waiting for him to leave the premises and follow him again. We're currently in Walton.
I am Kayreen Willis, and I'm Kenley Matheson's sister. And just a couple of days ago, I heard my mom say the words that I never thought I would ever hear in my lifetime. And she said, "I think we may have found Kenley."
Hi, is this Troy?
No, he's right here. Just a second.
Okay, thank you.
That was me.
Hi, Troy.
Hi.
This is Sarah McDonald calling.
Hey, Sarah. How you been?
I'm good.
What can I do for you today, Sarah?
Well, hopefully something very important. I found Kenley.
Okay.
we're dealing with something that is certainly welcomed, unexpected, but extremely delicate. I have to be careful. I have to be very careful. I have to make sure that what I say to you guys is 100% factual, 100% accurate. Your mom and I spoke, and I'm sure you guys have talked as well, but as far as names and exact locations and anything that would identify anyone, your mother will have all that information before anything goes to the RCMP. All right, but at this stage, right now, we're just sitting on it because we cannot in any way put the integrity of the information that we're going to bring forward into jeopardy. We can't. It's crucial.
Can I ask you one question real quick?
Yep.
I don't need to know the details. I just need to know if this is it.
I believe so. And I believe that we will get some results from this. The reason why my firm obtained these statements rather than directly forwarding this information off to the RCMP is as follows. One, neither of these witnesses are willing to talk to police. They made that very clear to us. And two, witness number one called Crime Stoppers. Crime Stoppers showed no interest. These people are completely unknown. These people are not on our radar. We're never on anyone's radar at any point in time. The phone call came from one of the witnesses that we captured a statement from this week.
Mm-hmm.
We have secured 2 audio, video, and written statements from 2 witnesses. But
Excuse me, what happened to the third one?
he didn't show. He's going to be a problem. He is described as a drinker, a bit touchy, and a hoarder. He's going to be a problem. He's the one we need.
Right.
He's the one we need because he's the one that has direct information.
Yes, I understand.
So in the information that we have followed, we've got the following people of interest. Mother. She's a sister of witness 1 and 2. And we have not got a statement from her to date. She's also the mother of the subject. Sister number 1, that's the one that made the original phone call to us. She is a sister to the mother. She's the caller, she's identified as witness 1, and we have a statement obtained. Sister number 2, statement obtained. She had at least 2 conversations in detail with her brother. During these discussions, the brother disclosed that the subject was responsible for Kenley's death. Why? Because he told me so. This is according to witness number 2. This is what the brother is relaying to his sister. All of this, to me, it's too elaborate to be made up. You can't have all these people with all this information and just pull it out of nowhere. I believe what's being said here by witness number 2, and I believe that's what her brother told her. Her words were, "This is not about me. This is no longer about my family. This is no longer about that boy. This is about that boy's mother." There was some discussion came up about the reward. They want nothing to do with the reward.
I guess I just feel like I just hope that this is legitimate, you know?
Well, we all do, Carrie.
From our position, it's like when, you know, we've gone through such pain, and it's like my only concern is that, like when I first asked you, is it solid, you know, is it 100%? And I know you can't say that, but I just want to make sure that it's not something where it's like months and months and months go by and then, you know, nothing ever comes of it. And that we were just somehow, I mean, it'd just be absolutely devastating to us, the most devastating thing. From my perspective, we're getting information and we're told that's the only information,
then that's what's concerning me. I don't know if you know what I mean. Like,
I think.
So when I'm walking away, if you're telling me, yes, we have more information, and yes, this chances of this are very, what you have said, that you believe these people.
I've been told exactly where your brother is.
Well,
That's as far as I can go.
makes me feel better. I've never felt this way in my life.
Mm-hmm.
I never thought I'd know the answers. And both of our stomachs have just been, flip-flopping 24/7. You wake up in the middle of the night, you wake up in the morning, and it's just, I guess I just feel like if this is just not legitimate and we're just being pulled along with this for whatever reason, it'll just be devastating.
No, I can understand that.
I have seen what my mom's gone through, and with this, it would be devastating.
I know.
I'm just telling you.
I realize
If this is goes by the path of how a lot of other things have gone,
Okay, I am extremely disappointed that the meeting was canceled this morning, where I was to receive the report with the information of the location of Kenley's physical body and the information of the name of the possible perpetrator.
We were promised to have this information by today, and then we were informed by a letter from the investigator and from his lawyers that we would not be able to have this information. They're going to go directly to the RCMP.
So this is part of the email, and it says, based on the legal advice from our company lawyer, which I received this morning at 9:03 a.m., I believe we must take a different approach regarding the timing of the report going to the client, family, and the report going to the police. And further to that, Tom states the meeting for Friday, July 8, 2016 must be postponed.
There's part in here that says, I realize, Sarah and Kayreen, that you may be upset with this development. All I ask is that you understand why it must be carried out in this manner. We truly have no choice legally.
A separate document will be attached to the report advising the RCMP that we do have an obligation to our client and that it is our intention to release the full report in 30 days to our client.
This to me is actually a good sign, because I feel like it's something that shows that there's a lot of potential. So it's not something I'm extremely upset about. I guess I'm probably more hopeful that they're handing over a case with potentially all of the answers as to what happened to Kenley. And if that's the case, I think it was the right step. So hopefully the RCMP will handle everything properly, and we'll be able to find the remains and be able to figure out who murdered Kenley.
Thank you for calling the Nova Scotia Department of Justice Rewards for Major Unsolved Crimes program. We are unable to take your call at this time. Please leave your name and phone number and a good time for us to return your call, or please call us back. Our regular business hours are from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday to Friday. Thank you for your call.
No answer. This is the second time. Phoned at 8:45 this morning. I just called again at 9:45. I will phone every hour on the hour today to see if somebody will actually answer the phone. And it's just an experiment to me, just to prove the lackadaisical insignificance, importance that is given to a service like this that is paid for by everybody's taxpayer dollar. So there's 20 missing and murdered people from the province of Nova Scotia that vital information is needed on to solve the case, to find the perpetrators, to find the remains of the bodies. And in my case, I'm speaking for the general public. I'm speaking for the families of these 20 murdered or missing people that are on the Department of Justice website. I am just thoroughly disgusted.
Thank you for calling the Nova Scotia Department of Justice Rewards for Major Unsolved Crimes program. We are unable to take your call at this time. Please leave your name and phone number and a good time for us to return your call, or please call us back. Our regular business hours are from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday to Friday. Thank you for your call.
Good morning. This is Sarah McDonald calling. I am the mother of missing person Kenley Matheson that went missing from Acadia University in September of 1992. I have information on his whereabouts and what happened to him. I called this morning at 8:45, again at 9:45, with no answer. There was an answering machine. And I'm now leaving a message. It is 11:45 on July 8th. Obviously, there is no one answering the phone at this number or checking the messages. Thank you for your time.
If you are
Hi, Tom. It's Kayreen. My mom is driving.
Hi, Kayreen.
Hi. Good. How are you doing?
Good.
Mom's here now. Can you just say the thing again? Sorry. About Wednesday morning.
Yeah. Wednesday morning at 10 a.m. I believe that's the time that is set down for me to meet with Inspector Lynn Young, Y-O-U-N-G.
Mm-hmm.
He's the officer in charge of major crime for Nova Scotia. Also at that meeting will be the officer in charge of major crime for Southwest Nova.
Okay.
They are going to be advised on a separate document that I do have an obligation to my client, and that I will be turning the entire report over to my client in 30 days.
Okay. So basically, do they have the information though today, like to at least?
No, she wants to meet face to face so I can explain everything, because she wasn't aware of the case or even Kenley's name. So rather than give them something that they don't know what it is, I'd rather sit down face to face with them so I can explain everything. I'll take the whole file with me.
And that was the soonest they could meet with you, was Wednesday?
The earliest she can meet with me is Wednesday. She's off today. She's tied up Monday and Tuesday, but Wednesday morning she can meet. I wanted to have the meeting today. Can't have it if she's off. I'm going back over the statements now and over this weekend with a fine-tooth comb to ensure that everything is written out for them so they have it in the appropriate period of time. I can hit on all the highlights and stress the importance of, you guys have to move on this fast.
Yeah, that's my concern too.
Otherwise, media is going to be all over this.
Yeah, and also the case, like with the family, because they already talked, and that they spoke last week and the week before, so that just gives more time if they start to question things or, potentially could notify the subject or contact the mother. There's a lot of different things that could happen in a short amount of time. If the guy gets wind of something happening, what if he goes back to the property? I guess that just makes my stomach in knots.
You're 100% correct. I mean, this is something they have to move on very, very quickly.
And it sounded like he did go to Acadia. from what the brother recalled.
So, the brother, yes. Yes.
All right. Well, thank you for everything.
Oh yeah, I'll keep you informed when I hear, sir. I'll call you or text you, one of the two, when I hear about this. Whoever was yapping around last night.
Okay, that sounds great, Tom. Thank you very much.
I'll be in touch after I meet with the RCMP.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, dear.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye, guys.
Wednesday?
Jesus. See what I told you?
Oh my God. So on vacation, like, and
Assign it to somebody else?
Meet on Monday or Tuesday?
Yeah, get something on.
But it's like that powerless feeling. You
I
can't
know.
like get so pissed off. Like, why can't she come in? Like,
Or why
if it
can't
was-
you just assign it to somebody else? Like her,
like at least get people started
yeah,
on it?
and superior. The information. Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
Secure the site. Let's.
Like, what's the
I know.
What can I do for you today, Sarah?
Well, hopefully something very important. I found Kenley.
Okay.
So what I need you to do is to secure the site.
Okay.
And I need you to take the perpetrator / suspect in for questioning investigation before any other information gets out about this.
Can you give me the details?
I can give you the short details. I have a complete report done by a private investigator with names, places, all of that information that can be turned over to you.
Okay.
But I need you to promise me that you will secure the site and take this buddy in for questioning. And I'm like really concerned that if any mention of this gets to the suspect, that the potential of him committing suicide, leaving the province, potentially shooting somebody else that gave the information on him is extremely high.
Yeah.
So do I have that
So
promise?
what information do you have, Sarah?
Oh, I have the information. I have all the information except I don't have names and place.
Okay, so where's Kenley?
Kenley's in a ravine, in a gully area, in a swampy place with water in the Wolfville area.
Okay, so do you have an address?
No, the investigator would not give me the address. Or
Who's the investigator?
The investigator is Tom Martin.
So I can get in touch with Tom Martin and he can provide me with some details?
He can provide you with every detail we have. But I want you to promise that this will be contained today.
Okay.
Is that a promise?
Well, Sarah, I can't make that promise. I don't know what we're talking about. I have to get the details. Certainly, if I have information that, I believe that Kenley's remains are somewhere, then yeah, absolutely. We're going to take every step possible. We're going to contain the scene. We're going to treat it like a crime scene. Obviously. Absolutely, 100%.
Okay, the other thing I want you to promise me is that I want to be on the actual spot where Kenley's remains are. Like, I just want to touch it.
Okay.
Can you promise me that?
Sarah, that may not happen right away. That may not be the first thing, because if it's a crime scene, we need to take steps and precautions to preserve any evidence. So
I agree, but before his body is actually excavated from the site, I want to be there to actually touch the site. Can you promise me that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I also want you to know that I am acting against the advice of Tom Martin, of what he advised me to do. I also contacted a criminal lawyer for myself to advise me on what to do. And the criminal lawyer advised me to phone you as my local contact because the criminal lawyer was also very disturbed about the fact that the case was going to be left until at least Wednesday, so you have Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, before there's any action taken whatsoever.
Okay, Sarah, leave with me. I'll be back in touch as soon as I can.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
bye. How did I do?
My heart is in my throat. And I guess I was very naive, feeling very naive right now to think that this, not like it would be easy once it was turned over to the RCMP, but like how much harder this has been just today. And today has felt like 6 months, you know, just from this morning, from getting up this morning. And I just always think like, what if it was their brother? You know, like, who do they think we are? Why do they think that they can, you know, treat our family like this? This lady that's on vacation today, you know, like, I just feel like saying, fuck you, because if this was your brother or your son, there's no way. Like, what if someone told you that they were on vacation, you know, and it doesn't matter to us that it was 24 years ago. And because time has no bearing on this, it doesn't make it right. And I cannot understand that, you know, to be told that. It makes no sense. And I would love an explanation from their perspective. And that's my thing, like, even with our previous RCMP detective, you know, and I told him that. I was like, and I'm not that person. I don't want to make people feel bad, but what if this was one of your 4 sisters? Like, how would you feel? Would you not read those files? You know, we have never had access to the files. What if he was told he couldn't read those files? So there's no empathy, and I'm not sure why. I don't get that.
Hello.
Sarah.
Hi.
It's Troy.
Right.
Sarah, I spoke with Tom Martin.
Right.
He's not completely finished his report. He's still working on it as we speak. He did provide me with some of the details. You still there?
I'm here.
Okay. So he did provide me with some of the details. Now, Sarah, the information he has isn't to the point where we can go out this afternoon and arrest somebody or start excavating somewhere, okay? Having said that, it is very good information that we're starting to work on right now.
Good.
But as you know, it's going to take some time, okay? I would say we're at a point in this investigation that we've never been at in the past.
Oh, okay? I know that. Like, you don't have to tell me that.
Yeah. So what I need from you, okay, is and as you know, that we need to keep this information, what you've been providing, what I've been providing so far, we need to keep this close to our vest, so to speak.
Okay, I understand that, Troy, but as I was talking to you earlier today, we are looking at least 5 days: Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, before it is even looked at, approved, right?
Well, there's nothing to look at right now.
Okay.
Gary Martin is still working on a report. I'm hoping to meet with him Monday. I have a message to him to move that meeting up to Monday. You know, I'm available. Sarah, I'll tell you what, I was supposed to be off next week. That's changed now because of this information, okay? I just want you to know how important I think it is.
Well, I think it's really important too.
Of course you do. But Sarah, we have to do it a certain way. Okay, and I know you may not be thrilled about that, but it's the way it has to be done.
Okay, Troy, I am totally with you on the confidentiality part of it.
Good.
I am totally okay with the fact that it's Kenley, and that if we find him in a month's time, that's fine. I don't really care if the perpetrator is ever found or ever charged, personally. Okay. But what I'm telling you, and what I've told you earlier, is that there is at least there's like 6 brothers and sisters, and the brother-sister family. There's the suspect and I think 3 sisters in that family. There's at least maybe 10 people in my family know now.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I told you before is that the ripple effect is probably at 100 now. So the fact that I don't say anything, it could be meaningless.
Yeah.
The fact that one of these sisters says something to the suspect, the fact that the mother finds out, which at this point in time I don't think she knows, and calls the son, which I would do in that case, and sets him up as, you know, there's something on the go. The fact that any one of these people in this 100 ripple find this out, the media could find out. Actually, I could potentially phone the media right now because I can tell anybody anything I want, which I'm not going to do as a matter of fact, but that can happen.
I know what you're saying, and based on what I know from Tom Martin, I do not believe that has a very good likelihood of happening. So we are going, like I said, this is, we've never been here before. There's certainly some very, very good information here. It's not as polished as we'd hope, you know, not as we'd hope, but as it could be. But that's what we have to do. Now we have to work it, right? And that's what we do, and that takes time.
Okay, Troy, you are being handed this on a silver platter, okay?
Yeah, I realize
you
that.
realize that it's polished or it's going to take some work. You're being handed this information on a silver platter.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, sir. You have as good as weekend as you can, and we're gonna be working away at this. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Troy.
Thanks, sir.
Okay. Bye.
Bye-bye.
We blew it wide open today, anyway.
I'm here in Arizona, and I'm just speechless with how everything has developed since this tip came forward in June. Today is August 18th, and I talked to my dad last night, and he told me that that the RCMP in charge of the case on Monday told him that there is no case. You know, he hasn't even tracked down the subject yet, the person of interest. And to make that determination at this point without even speaking to that person is ridiculous. I mean, just none of this makes sense to me, and I can't even express myself, like how frustrating and discouraging and like just the sinking feeling in my stomach. It's horrible. They've also initially promised the RCMP that there would definitely be a search of the area that was indicated by the people that came forward, but he wavered on this when he spoke to my dad on Monday. I'm just beside myself. Why would these people come forward if they didn't have any information? It's been 6 weeks since they found out about this person, and they still haven't talked to them. At the beginning of the week, they actually couldn't find this person who lives in a very small area of Nova Scotia in the valley. And they put that off again until next week, according to conversation with my mom. So they couldn't nail that down this week. I just can't imagine how they're trained, you know, to do an investigation this way. I don't understand it. I wish I did. It's just so discouraging.
Hello? child.
Hi, Mom. You're on speakerphone in my car. Dwayne's here too.
Okay, that's good. I know.
So don't say anything too personal.
I'm not, but I know who the person is.
You do?
I do.
Who is it?
Jason Kenny.
Jason Kenny. K-I-N-N-E-Y?
No. K-E-N-N-Y.
Who told you?
Troy.
What else did he say?
He is going to see the people with the property on Monday. He's been down, and if he has permission, he's going to go in next week.
Really?
The whole place is a ravine. They're going to do a grid search. The dog is going in.
Wow.
Okay, Dave has just turned the camera on. We've been here with Sandra Fraser. Today is Tuesday, the 28th of June, 2016. It's just a little bit after 11 a.m. We're here today, as I said, regarding a complaint of a missing person, Kenley Matheson. The statement date is today, Thursday, the 30th of June, 2016.
So, just because we're on record here, today's Tuesday, July the 5th.
Yes.
We're in Brooklyn, Nova Scotia, or handy to it.
Okay, the preamble to the statement is you are providing this statement to a private investigator, not to a police officer. You are not obligated to provide a statement at this time.
Any statement you do provide must be of your own free will. Are you providing this statement on your own free will, Randy?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So you've started the written portion of your statement with on June 14, 2016, my sister and I were talking on the phone. Something was upsetting her. She told me that she had a secret that she just couldn't keep inside any longer, and she wanted me to listen to her. She asked if I knew of the boy who went missing back in 1992 in Acadia. I told her I remembered that incident very well. She told me that she thought she knew where he was and who was responsible. She said that my brother Randy had told her about 10 years ago that our sister Suzanne Kenny came to him in a big dilemma. She was holding her wrists and twisting them all in a panic. I do not know what she told my brother exactly, but it led him to believe that my nephew, Jason, had done some harm to another young man. She was freaking out and saying, "You don't think my son could have done this, do you?" Apparently, Randy went to see Jason and confronted him at that time. It is my understanding that Jason did not deny it, and when Randy went to leave, Jason smiled right at him and said, "They will never find him." I was horrified to think this could be true. Selena told me that they had discussed the incident again recently, and she was so upset about it that she called Crime Stoppers tip line and they showed no interest. So I took it upon myself to find a way to report it to somebody who would take it seriously. I found the name of the private investigation company whom the family had hired, and I contacted them. Okay.
That's probably about it, guys.
Alrighty.
I'll read it, see if it's...
May I read it out loud, just to
Yes,
make
you may.
Okay.
Or do you want me to? Because I wrote it. It's probably...
Sure.
There you go. I, Randy Saunders, remember a conversation with my oldest sister, Suzanne, concerning her son, Jason. She told me that she thought that Jason was interested in a girl at Acadia University, and she expected that another boy was competing for her affection. I said, "Yeah, so?" Then she proceeded to tell me that she had suspicion that Jason may have done something to thwart the efforts of his competition. I say, "Like what?" And she says, "I don't know. but will you talk to him? I fear, she said. It was a long time ago, but as memory serves, a disturbing conversation to be sure. I was confused and upset when I approached Jason to speak about it. He was cool as a cucumber and made some short reply with a smirk that indicated that, without really saying anything direct, that something vague to the point of, will never be found, or it's not going to be a problem, or some such smug retort. I can't exactly remember what he said, but it seemed to me to implicate knowledge of a bad act. That's all I know on the matter.
The missing boy. Any ideas where?
Not really. He seemed confident in his fact that would never be found. But I don't know where he would have picked. He had a devious mind. But if I were to do such a thing and want to get away with it, there's a spot on their family property that never gets trampled on. Just gets driven past, and nobody goes there, dude. It's a fucking dark, deep, nasty, dank hollow. That's the spot that stood out to me on family property. It'd be easy to get to, and nobody's gonna follow you there. So, if I had a suspicion, it would be that place.
Basically, all I will write down, I can basically remember word for word the two brief conversations I had with Randy.
If you want to start where it's important to you to start and complete it to your satisfaction, we'll go from there.
Okay.
How's that?
You know that Jason had we always just say sex change operation.
We did learn that recently, yes.
Yeah, runs as a woman now.
Yeah.
And he did before.
Yeah.
Before he had the surgery, he was taking hormone treatment and stuff like that.
Oh. I mean, that's pretty daunting to pick that up. It's like anything else.
I know.
Once you start, it flows.
I don't know where to start.
Just where it's important to you. You want to tell us something, so start where you want to start.
I just want to tell you what Randy told me.
Okay.
Can I just go like Randy and then...
Whatever you want.
I said it. You're right.
Okay. I understand.
I said to Randy, do you think Jason had that sex change operation to spite his father? Randy said, no. He did it to be somebody else, to not be who he was anymore. I said, why would he do that? Randy said, you might too, if you did what he did. I said, what did he do? Randy said, do you remember that boy who went missing from Acadia back in the 90s? And I said, yes. Randy said, well, Jason did him in. I said, what do you mean? He said, Jason killed him. I said, how do you know he did that? Randy said, Jason told me he did. I said, do you think he threw him in the chicken pit? Randy said, I think that's exactly what he did with them. It was years later that I brought it up again. I said, we need to talk about Jason. Randy said, I believe that Canadian psycho got away with him.
careful here. I would do anything to find Kenley. I would go anywhere to find him. And it's not necessarily so much that, you know, he's gone, he's deceased. We know that. We know he's not coming back. But it's just the fact that he's somebody. He was somebody. And it's like, to me, like he's not important enough to look for or to find. And it's like, you know, you can't do that. You can't do that to me. You can't do that to Kenley. He was somebody.
Hello?
Hi, is this Selena?
Yes, it is.
Oh, hi, Selena. It's Ron Lamont.
I'm sorry about the reception you got when you were here, and I understand you are who you said you were when you were here, and I apologize for that, too. I will talk to you. If you knew how this has eaten me up over the years, I shouldn't have left. I should have said something way, way, way back. I feel bad about that. It took me an awful long time to come to terms with what I had to do. And it took me a long time to try to figure out how to do it so anonymously that nobody would ever know that I spoke up. I always knew that I would tell. And yes, I felt I couldn't bear that truth to my elderly, family-oriented parents. But after they passed away, it was after that I called Crime Stoppers. The conversation that I had with Randy many years ago was basically word for word. I said, do you think Jason did that operation just to spite his dad? Randy goes, no, I think he did it to be somebody else, to not be who he was anymore. And I said, why would he do that? Randy said, you would too if you did what he did. And I said, what did he do? He said, do you remember that student that went missing from Acadia back in the early 90s? And I had not even an inkling of a name. But I just said, yeah. Randy said, well, he did him in. And I said, what do you mean? How do you know that? Randy said, he told me he did. And I said, why would he do that? And Randy said, it was over a girl. And I said, do you think he hit him in the chicken pit? And I was kind of just being facetious. Randy says, I think that's exactly what he did with him.
Do you think that Kenley's remains are in that chicken pit?
That's just my own personal opinion, having seen and been around the chicken pit. If I had to pick a spot around that area, that would be a good one. It's a big farm. That farm raised broiler hens by the tens of thousands for many, many years. Like, I'm talking like 5 or 6 barns, and there'd be like 30,000 chickens on one floor and 25,000 on the other floor of each barn. There's a lot of mortality in that kind of farming, right?
Yeah.
They go through every day or two and gather up dead chickens, and they raised a lot of produce. And there was some kind of pit, and I can't even tell you where it was on the farm or even if it's still there. But I went with one of them one time when they were dumping produce. And it was unbelievably horrendous. I don't know how deep it was, but there was hundreds of dead chickens and dead produce all in this big hole. It would be a good place to hide something that you didn't want found.
When the dog is in, we can't go near it. Well, the dog is in search and we can go in after the dog comes out.
So like I said, he's gonna be, I don't know how long it'll be a while, but we need to stay here. I mean, I'm not even gonna go in there because it would be a distraction for the dog. And we'll let him do his thing and he'll let me know when we're done, or if he needs me for anything.
Right.
He'll give me a call and I'll keep you updated.
Okay.
Okay?
Sounds great.
Sarah, well, he's in the woods working. We're gonna have to ask you guys to stay up there because you guys would just be distracted.
Sure.
Dog.
So this is the area?
This is it.
You've targeted?
Yep.
Oh, I'm gonna go just take a walk this way, Troy. I won't be here. Yeah, I know, but can I go this way?
No.
Why not?
And I would recommend that this is private land. You probably
You didn't ask him for permission to go on it?
Pardon me?
You didn't ask John Kenny for permission to go on his farm property?
Me?
Yes.
When we originally did the search here, I asked him permission to park our vehicles on this road. But you would have to seek your own.
I asked you 2 weeks ago to ask John if we could take the dog and search on the property.
And we'll talk about that after. Okay?
He's trained to find human remains. He's been trained since 2015. So, quiet.
Can he find human remains that are decades old, or
Yes, again.
do they distinguish human remains from animal remains?
Yes, I can.
Because I know this was once a chicken farm or something, so like...
Doesn't matter.
Did you guys go inside the chicken coop at all? Or is there a chicken pit somewhere around here?
Not that I'm aware of. I think the chicken thing's on that side.
Did you guys look over there?
No.
But today they're taking the cadaver dog through to see if he'll come up with anything. I hope so, yes. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
What's your name?
My name is Sarah McDonald.
Sarah McDonald.
Sarah.
Sarah.
Yes.
So the RCMP here now.
Yes.
Well, my heart's with you. I hope.
Thank you.
I hope you get some clothes.
I hope so too. Yes.
Parents' worst nightmare.
Yes, for sure. Thank you.
Want to jump in?
So the cadaver dog just came out about 5 minutes ago. The area the cadaver dog was searching is in here to the left. There's a ravine that's 6 to 7 acres, which was the information I received that Kenley's remains might be in that area, might be where it was disposed of. The dog was here about 9:45 this morning. He has gone into the area twice. I just spoke to Troy Allen, and the dog, what he had told me was that they didn't really find anything.
I don't believe that any of our family is doing this for the money. When I made the phone call to Martin's Associates, I had first seen this big reward about Kenley Matheson, and that wasn't where I made my phone call. It's all about doing the right thing. I think that anybody that commits a murder should be found out and charged. Nobody should get away with murder and not be punished. My brother Randy and I used to travel to Kentville every day when we worked. And one day, just out of the blue, my brother Randy pointed at Kroll Tower and said, "You ever wonder what happened to that boy there that went missing in the Kroll Tower?" And I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "There a couple of years ago." He said, "When that boy went missing," he said, "Do you ever wonder what happened to him?" And I said, "Oh, yes." I said, "That's kind of creepy. It scares me when I look at that Kroll Tower." I said, "Did they ever find him?" And he said, "No, don't think so."
Hello.
Hi, is this Randy?
Speaking.
Hi, this is Ron Lamoth. I'm a documentary filmmaker working on the Kenley Matheson story. I'm sure you probably were expecting my call if you talked to Selena and Sandy recently.
Yes, I was. You know, there's two things about the whole thing that bothered me. One was how upset Suzanne was when she came to me. Basically, I was sworn to secrecy, never tell anybody. Fucking years later, I told my sister I was drunk one night and it was upsetting me, and I told her about it. She told the other sister. Pretty soon we're all talking to everybody. We got private investigators and police and cold case files, and they're dangling $150,000 in front of me. I didn't even go to those people. Once I talked to the cops said, "Okay, now that you've talked to us and we're investigating again, you have to call this cold case file and tell them what you told us, and they'll start an investigation of their own, and if it gets solved, you get $150,000 cash, no questions asked." I said, "Really?" And he gave me the number and everything. I never called them. I think it would taste pretty goddamn bad to do well off of money like that. And I'm broke as shit, man. Like, I'm living in my buddy's house that he stopped making payments to the bank a year ago in December was his last payment. They're in the process of foreclosing and kicking me out. I'm just squatting where I'm at. I could really use the money. I've had nightmares about it regularly. Not one or two, like for over the last, well, how many years did you say it was? From 92?
So you could possibly see him doing something like this?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know that he did, but I sure as fuck don't know that he didn't either. I think they know more than they're saying. And I think they're quite pleased that they never said too much back then. I've tried to imagine it and see how it could get going, and the only thing I can imagine is that Jason saw him walking, pulled over and said, "Pop in, we got to talk," and he gets them in the truck, takes them for a drive. And if they were both interested in the same girl who seemed nice and just wanted to talk so we could work some things out, the guy might get in. And he could just drive them out to the farm and park. Well, fuck, he could have, something under the seat. Or he's just a big, strong kid. I don't know how big Kenley was, but maybe if he got the jump on him, he could just grab him and choke him out. And he could just and he could have had him right alongside that driveway. And he could have popped him out of the cab and dragged him down over the bank. Could have had a loose pit already ready so that he could have disposed of that and been home before the whole thing could have taken place in 30, 40 minutes. That's how I picture it going down.
I've sometimes wondered too, though, like there have been different questions about Jason's sexuality over the years, and I've talked to different people who have had similar questions about Kenley, and there is one sort of possible scenario when you think how difficult it was to be gay in 1992. Maybe one of them made a move and it wasn't reciprocated, and then to avoid the shame of being exposed. I don't know if it would have been Jason making a move on Kenley or Kenley making a move on Jason, but like I could see that being, again, this is entirely speculative, but
when you look at where Jason ended up, he's not Jason anymore. He's Aaron living with a guy. So when you asked me earlier, did I think it's possible he's gay? I'm pretty much fucking certain of it.
You believe his remains are on that Kenny property, right?
And I got no reason to believe that, except for I'd start running through my mind and thought, what would I do with it if I had to get rid of it fast and not want to be driving around? And then what part of the home property does nobody ever tramp on? There's a gorge there, and maybe just because I thought, or I don't know, I swear to God I was having connection with my nephew during a dream. And that might sound crazy, but there's something in our family line that we can do that.
What did the dream tell you?
He told me something was there, and it was something wrong. As the dreams went on, the landscape changed in them, and I'm sure it didn't because there's no, I saw it in my mind as getting leveled out and reconstructed and buildings put there. And the feeling you'll never, ever discover what was there. I don't know why I got that feeling, but it stuck with me for years and years and years, and so badly so that I want to go up there and look around myself.
I'll go with you.
Will you?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I'll be there, and I'll go out there with you anytime.
I'd be willing to go take a poke out in there if you want to. I wouldn't be scared to.
This old ice house I was sent up to make that platform fit the driveway. Pickaxe and a shovel. This used to be a chicken barn and an ice house. And I was requisitioned to cut out for these poles on the and I did it in the hot sun on a summer's day and got sunstroke. It's different. I feel like an intruder now. You can see why I study on looking this place over. It doesn't get used. What the hell? This ravine is bigger than I remember it. I thought things were supposed to get smaller as you get older. Because I was never down here before. hide something, I'd pick a place like this. It wasn't easy. Really, it's not far enough away either, but that also would work in good if you were trying to keep something fast. Don't know why I'd want to come here or expect to see anything after all that time, but just to see the place where I thought about so much. There's something in it. If this place hasn't been looked around, it could be. There could be something here. Looking for anything out of the ordinary. Mostly a piece of bone is what I'm looking for. Bones would be white by this time. If any of them were around, it would shine in the shadow. Also just looking for signs that anybody might have gone through here, that people tramp here, and it doesn't seem like many do. I think they stick to the trail, 'cause this isn't pleasant. I still don't like this place. I have a good feeling I don't have it. Pretty much I knew what would amount from coming. Just had to look. There's no harm in looking. There was another barn right over here. 3-decker. So it was 36 feet high. It was a big chicken barn. And the pit that they're talking about is just down at the other end of this building. It's just a place to push stuff. There was holes in the 3 levels of floor, push manure down, push it down again, and then a tractor would push it out to the other end with the manure and the dead chickens. And then it would just lay there until it was scraped up and spread. So it's not like it was a big hole that never got emptied in a long time. Just left with a whole bunch of doubts, Ron, basically. And a bunch of refused memories, reinfused. Anyway.
My sister Selena is probably one of the most honest people on the planet. She has a memory better than an elephant. She remembers sentences word for word, and she would never steal or lie. My brother Randy, he's also a very honest person, and he remembers sentences and things that people couldn't believe that you would ever remember. And he's a good person. He's had a rough time, but he's a good person. Outside the poultry barn, between the road and the barn, on Maple Avenue, I was taken up there one day when I was working for my brother-in-law, and he was discarding some old vegetables and so on, and there was a chicken pit, and it was a huge round hole, probably about, I'm not sure, maybe 18 feet in diameter, and it was really, really deep. And I was too afraid to go near the chicken pit to look down, and then the smell was absolutely horrible. I'm absolutely positive that there was a chicken pit, and I saw it.
Hi, I'm Kayleen.
Very nice to meet you.
Hi, I'm Dwayne.
Nice to meet you too. And this is my husband, John. John? Hi, John. I'm Dwayne.
Dwayne,
Nice
pleased
to
to meet you.
Hi, I'm Kayleen.
Kayreen.
Kayreen,
Yes.
very pleased to meet you.
Thank you so much for having us
Oh
out.
my gosh.
Hey.
This means so much to us.
You guys had a wedding?
Yeah, we had a wedding on Friday, and then we get to see her here on Saturday. And so,
Arizona, yeah.
You ever been? No. Vegas is as far as
I want to say I am so sorry.
Yeah, thank you. The bit of information that we have regarding the property was the chicken farm and the chicken pit, and that's yeah.
When you say that, not the chicken farm, but the chicken pit. Oh my! It just
There was never a chicken.
Never.
There was never a chicken pit.
Did this used to be all fields here? Like, yeah.
This would have been sweet corn, broccolis, and cauliflower. This is where the old chicken barn was, right there. It's a 3-story barn right there.
Oh, this is
Kyrie.
Yeah, this is the chicken barn.
Yeah, it's a 3-story barn right here. You had a manure pile, and you would just bring your buckets of birds out, and you would dump it in the manure pile and shove a little manure on it.
like right out here.
Yeah, right out here in the open. This is all overgrown.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's all very wide open and very neat and tidy.
Yeah.
We like to think we were good.
They were very neat and tidy.
We were good environmentalists, good
Yes.
farmers at the time.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, but we always looked out for one another, and I think that's the hard part is that, you
How
know.
close you guys.
Yeah.
So this is a ravine.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about that. So does this go all the way? I mean, back for quite a while, like
It goes
a
back
kilometer
to the
or
Trans-Canada.
to the okay.
What became of this building after the ice shut down?
We actually grew chicken in that. It's hard to believe.
Was that in operation in '92?
No, Ron, that was not.
Where did they hang out when they would have like friends over here? If they, outside of the house, would they come up here? Would they be down at the barn, or like Jason or his siblings?
Yeah, he didn't have a lot of friends. He would be out in a garage, maybe on the mountain somewhere, and they'd be taking a motor out of a vehicle, or he'd be on his bike, tearing around.
Anything's a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. I am not that naive to realize that anything's possible.
Mm-hmm.
But is it? I don't think so.
Yeah.
But I wasn't there.
The way I remember the pit is you go up Maple Avenue and you go in the little driveway to the first building, and right off to between Maple Avenue and the first building, but close to the building, was the big chicken pit. Where I believe the chicken pit is right there. And I remember it vividly. I remember standing beside it, looking down with the sods all hanging down into it, and being teased by a nephew to get closer.
Oh, that's good. Sounds fierce.
Hi,
Sandra.
Good.
How are you? Thank you so much for seeing me. I appreciate it.
Thank you for seeing me. First thing I want to say to you is, if this is true, if my family has caused your family harm, I apologize. It means a lot to me to apologize to you.
So, it's your family, but it's not you. And you're not responsible for your family. You're only responsible for you. And any little piece of information, I'm grateful for it. My daughter, Kayreen, and I, like we say, it's just like a miracle that we found this out last June. And we also realized that if the RCMP had actually picked up on that Crime Stoppers call, that we would never have known. They would never have told us anything, pertaining to this information. So we're extremely it is very sad, but we're extremely grateful that we know. Thank you for doing that.
But I think I did the right thing.
You did the right thing. And I appreciate that so much. And My family appreciates that so much, and like, it's not you. Like, you didn't do anything.
That incident with my sister and her son, why did Randy connect that to Kenley? There's going to be more inside Randy's head that he doesn't remember.
Right.
This used to be a huge farm.
Yes, I was thinking that when I came in. What a beautiful day.
It is a beautiful day.
Nice clouds.
I'm glad it's a nice day for you to come here.
Oh, thank you. Beautiful place. Thank you very much for seeing me. I appreciate it.
Oh,
I appreciate all you've done.
Really?
Hello.
Hey, Randy.
Hello.
Randy?
Hey, Ron.
Hey, how's it going?
What did you have to tell me, Ron?
I thought you might be interested in it, in that this is sort of came out of a conversation that you and I had, and you were saying that you were sort of intrigued by the idea of trying to recall those conversations through hypnosis. And I found a forensic hypnotist who seems like the right person to try to do something like that. If you are up for it.
Oh, I'd be up for trying, sure. I'm cooperative and willing, but I think I might be too strong-willed and independent for it to work. That's all being said. I'm not saying I don't believe it, and I'm not saying I do. I've got an open mind to it.
Yeah.
So I'm willing to try.
So, Randy, what we're going to do first is I'm going to give you a little talk about the way the mind works, the unconscious mind and the conscious mind, and how they work together.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm also going to then explain a little bit about hypnosis, a little bit about neuro-linguistic programming. And today's purpose is just to give you tools to do it. Basically, we're going to build a frame. And it's going to be an unconscious frame. It's not going to affect anything that happens in it, but that frame will appear when something has been confabulated. You said you don't think you could be hypnotized. Now, what was your reasoning for that again?
I've always been told if you don't fully believe in it, that it won't happen to you.
You can resist it, absolutely. Yeah. All right, so why don't we take the chair, okay? One more nice deep breath. Hold it, and one more time. Open your eyes, and close your eyes. Down, down, down. And as your hand plops down into your lap again, just allow yourself to double the relaxation again. Plop. Down, down, deeper on down. So just allow yourself a few minutes. It's okay. It's all right. You're just interested in the thing as it's going, so we're going to count you back up anyway. Okay?
I never really was down. I was trying.
If we had been able to get immersed, if you weren't fighting yourself at that point, we would have been able to go on, and you would have seen, if you were thinking about the bear meat, you would have seen a frame appear. That can cause you to come out of hypnosis. Hypnosis is not whack.
No.
The hypnosis is, and then it goes
stages.
up and down. Right. Sometimes you come out of consciousness. Last session, Randy, we went through it. We went through the process of hypnotizing you. We tried some tools and things like that. You mentioned that you had some trouble with your thoughts getting in your head, and that you were actually trying to help me. So this time I'm going to ask you to not try to help me. Just let happen whatever happens. Okay. Deeper on down. Letting it all go. Feeling more better. And one. Basement floor of relaxation. Again, you look around and you see that round circular room with the different doors, different shapes, different sizes, different colors. Each door still seems very, very familiar. Each door seems to hold a resource of some sort for you. Did you find that it was a better experience or a little bit deeper experience than the last time?
I felt that perhaps my body got more relaxed, but my brain is still dancing the fandango.
Okay, and were you talking to each thought? Today we're not going to worry so much about hypnosis or the depth of hypnosis that you're going to go in. I'm going to do a light induction. I don't care where you go on that induction. What we're going to be focusing on is relaxed recall. That's all I'm going to get you to do is just relax and recall. Don't worry about what details come to you, what details don't come from you, okay? Every breath, expelling tension, stress, doubt, shame. Letting go of all those things that held you up in your past. At 94, 93, 92. Where are you?
In the hallway at the end, at the foot of the stairs. She's wringing her hands and wanting to speak to me. She wants to know if I can help her. And we'll talk to Jason. And it was as she broke and said, I think he might have done something horrible. And I said, like what? She said, just talk to him for me. He won't talk to me. Trust you. Oh, the conversation with Jason. I remember even less of that. I asked him, is everything all right, or is there any trouble? No, he says, I'm fine. And then said something cryptic like, and if there was any trouble, it won't come up again. I was busy looking at his face, trying to read him. And he's smug. And I can't tell whether he's playing me, or he's covering, or I couldn't read him. He was slippery.
There were some times where you were actually getting pretty well immersed, and then there were other times where you were I know you were just laying there talking to me.
I had no clue. My sister came to me freaking out and wanted me to talk to her son.
Yeah.
Because she was worried about him and wouldn't really tell me why. Just a feeling I got. She said, I think he may have done something.
Yeah.
You know, I never asked you. It just came to mind is there must have been a third conversation when you circled back with Suzanne.
That's what I'm thinking.
What was the third conversation like when she
pretty
must have
much
come
like-
to you and said,
What'd you find out?
What'd you find out?
And I said, the typical with him, he skirted, he wouldn't talk to me. What's this all about? And I asked her what it was about then, and she said, I guess, I can't remember what she said. There was a bay window here too.
Okay.
Okay, so this is a hearth with a stove, wood stove.
Okay.
That's a doorway leading to a kitchen back here with a bathroom in it. And this doorway leads, the stairs are coming down right there and finish about here, and the front porch is over here, an entrance.
You were standing in this.
I was standing near this door, and that's the hearth. Suzanne's chair was here, a little table there.
And where were you standing when Jason came out?
Pretty much
you talked to him.
The same spot. He came through from, I believe, the bathroom, heading to go upstairs to bed, and I caught him in here. His was actually a little further over in this area that I stopped him and talked to him, but Suzanne's was here.
We're gonna take this from another approach this time, and it's gonna be a slower induction. And we're just gonna repeat and run and repeat and run and repeat and run over and over, just to see if there's anything else we can get. And go deeper on down, twice as deep.
I was baffled a bit. I said, well, what am I asking about? Well, just, she either couldn't tell me or wouldn't tell me. I don't know if she knew.
What kind of feelings were you experiencing?
Kind of nervous, because feeling awkward about approaching a young man about something I don't even know what I'm asking him about. I don't know that I had any reason to think of him one way or another, because I didn't even know what I was thinking of him as doing.
Yeah.
I didn't know if he,
stolen something or hit somebody with a car or got in a fight or had somebody pregnant. I didn't know.
What we're gonna do now is we're just gonna help you, assist you with a little bit of doing, because like I said, there's certain information that you have given before, and this is more or less to help jog your train of thought. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a relaxed induction with you, okay? And then Ron is going to read your statement. So are you comfortable with that? And do you have any problems with us doing it? Because you can say no, and we'll just forget it. Okay, you're good with that?
Good.
Okay, good enough. All right, so flip yourself down.
Just allow these words from your statement to go back into the mind of the person that was giving those statements. And when we arise from hypnosis, you can take whatever information you have. Now here is your statement.
I, Randy Saunders, remember a conversation with my oldest sister, Suzanne, concerning her son, Jason. She told me that she thought that Jason was interested in a girl at Acadia University, and she expected that another boy was competing for her affection. I said, "Yeah, so?" Then she proceeded to tell me that she had a suspicion that Jason may have done something to thwart the efforts of his competition. I say, "Like what?" And she says, "I don't know."
Slow down. Give him time to process it.
"But will you talk to him?" "I fear," she said. It was a long time ago, but as memory serves, a disturbing conversation to be sure. I was confused and upset when I approached Jason to speak about it. He was cool as a cucumber and made some short reply with a smirk that indicated that, without really saying anything direct, that something vague to the point of "will never be found," or "it's not going to be a problem," or some such smug retort. I can't remember exactly what he said, but it seemed to me to implicate knowledge of a bad act. That's all I know on the matter. Signed, Randy Saunders.
Okay, now, Randy, you've heard the statement that you've made, and I know I know right now, even by your breathing, you can see that this has caused some emotion. So just allow yourself to relax, but allow yourself to think about that conversation. And when we come out of hypnosis, we'll talk a little bit about it. As Ron was reading that statement to you, okay, there was a physiological reaction to your body. Your breathing became very, very rapid, and that's how I knew that there was some emotional stuff going on, or something going on, right? Your stomach started going like this a lot faster.
The part about my sister saying to me about the girl, I think that might have been put in my head by my other sister, Selena, who said there was that issue with the girl. I don't know that Suzanne actually ever said anything about that to me, because I kind of remember going into talking to Jason, juggling air.
Okay, can you
That doesn't make sense though, Randy, because you came to Selena a decade and a half ago and told her about this. So she didn't put the idea in your head. You put it in hers.
Well, she was the one that said about the girl. I don't know, guys. I do have a good memory, but it doesn't always serve me.
It strikes me that you're trying to distance yourself over this past year from what you really know. Your description of Suzanne telling you actually nothing about nothing is not plausible. She thinks that her son was involved in a murder, and she doesn't provide a single detail about her concern to you when she's asking you to go speak to him. That's not plausible.
Well, then maybe I remember it wrong. Because I've already remembered it wrong 2 different times, 2 years apart. So, I'm beginning to question my validity and any use in this.
I think Randy's shaky as hell. You want to know the truth, the blunt truth. You could see him searching for answers when he was asked a question. And that is not indicative of someone being truthful.
Why might he move away from that earlier version of events?
Puts distance between him and the actual crime itself. Last thing this guy wants is to be a party to the offense or an accessory after, or, I mean, that's not on anyone's wish list.
Hello?
Hi, is this Aaron Smith?
Who's this?
My name is Ron Lamoth, and I'm a documentary filmmaker that's producing a film on Kenley Matheson, an Acadia student who went missing back in 1992. And your name has come up as someone who may have knowledge related to his disappearance. And so, in the spirit of fairness and in search for the truth, I thought that you should have the opportunity to be interviewed as well.
Next left, and then your destination is ahead.
This is the street, Varner.
Yes, but
to park, I think we should
You
park.
have arrived at your destination.
That goes-
The
keep
route
going straight.
guidance is now finished.
good morning. Hello. Could I speak to Aaron, please? I would really like to talk to you, Aaron. I'm Sarah. I'm Kenley's mother. I'm just pleading with you to let... Good morning. Hi, I'm looking for Aaron. I'm Sarah McDonald. Okay, thank you. Okay, this is Ron. He's not taping right now. Ron Lamont. And Erin has agreed to talk to me, and I wanted her to meet you. Can you just talk to her, Ron? And just, maybe you can put her at ease? How about you put the camera down? And just talk to Erin. Is it okay if we go in and talk to you?
Sure. Come on in.
Okay, here?
Anyone who lies like that and tries to manipulate you, it's just you're instantly repelled by them.
Yes.
So that's how I felt. And then when you called, I thought, okay, this is the cop again, just pull another bullshit prank on me or something, because the trust was gone.
Right.
Right after that.
Mm.
So.
And that was one of the particular things from 92 when Kenley did go missing, was like they just dismissed it, just like, he blew off into the wilderness on a whim.
Right.
And there was nobody, like at that point in time, there wasn't university, like fellow students that were questioned as, did you see anything? Did you hear anything? Did you know anything? What was university life like at that time? That type of thing.
Yeah, well, see, what doesn't make sense to me is, with the university, they have the computer system. They have the email system that people was using. It was Pegasus Mail, the old DOS Pegasus Mail. And then they would have phone records. Where's all that stuff? I mean, they would have known who this person was around, their social groups, they would have known it all, because it all would have been right there in the ways they communicate.
He was very independent, and I brought him up independent, and he lived like on his own.
Right.
And when he was 18, he left, after he graduated, he bought a motorbike and went to Banff. It was like the first time here, not the first time, but he just bought it in June. And then he traveled in Banff, he worked in Tim Hortons, and he went to Vancouver, he planted trees, he went on a trip to Guatemala and Mexico, and then he came back to go to university in 92.
Right.
He was like 2 years later. And so it wasn't always a thing. There wasn't the way it is now, like where people text and phone to keep in contact, because I would have had a home phone then with, and it was a party line.
I remember those.
Aaron, do you remember Kenley's disappearance? You were a first year as well in the fall of 92.
That's the thing, I didn't know anything about it, so the university had kept it that quiet that it wasn't until like a few months ago when that cop had interviewed me, it's the first time I heard about it. That's why I thought it was a prank. So...
Well, people weren't talking about it at Acadia?
Well, I wasn't on campus, that's where things start with.
I see, okay.
My parents lived in town, so I rode my bicycle to school every day, so... Then when I had a falling out with my mother there, it was probably second or third week into school, I had left to stay at my girlfriend's place in New Minas, so...
So when they showed you pictures of Kenley, you did not
recognize him? It wasn't a picture,
him?
It was a sketch.
A sketch?
A sketch.
They showed you a sketch?
Yeah, a sketch.
Did you know where the sketch came from, or who did it, or...?
No, it was just like a charcoal picture sketch. That's why I'm thinking, okay, well, this is a picture what I used to look like when I was that age, and they're just playing a joke on me. Because I used to wear like a little ball cap, I rode my bicycle everywhere. I was...
The RCMP didn't show you a photograph of Kenley?
They showed me a sketch.
The Horton students who went to Acadia with you were friends with?
Yeah. We spent our weekends playing Dungeons and Dragons and stuff like that, and...
You didn't go to like any of the Acadia parties, like Kroll Tower, any of the social life that went on there? You were Dungeons and Dragons?
Because you get a higher IQ group of people, we don't fit in with these crazy party people, right? Like, we're here expressing great ideas of mind and, things like that. Science and ideas and stuff that's going to come in the future and whatnot, so...
Right.
A lot of my friends invented the stuff that we have today.
Really?
Yeah, they're engineers all over the world.
Right? Oh.
We have a picture of Kenley. This might be better than a sketch.
Oh, yeah. He looks a lot like I do.
You have a problem with your leg, do you?
Yeah, it's half numb. The nerves pinched to my back. So all along here is all numb.
Really?
Yeah.
So a physiotherapist or anybody can't do anything with that?
No, it's the nerve itself. It's just can turn it off.
Oh.
So did that picture look familiar to you at all? Like, did you recognize Kenley from that photograph?
No. Well, similarity how I looked.
So I'm so confused. Like, where is this coming from? Like, I know you said your mom is probably behind this, but like, where, like, what is she saying? What is the connection? What are these people saying about you that somehow you're linked to Kenley? I don't get it. Like, how did this come out that the RCMP is coming to you now? Like, did Suzanne go to them, or did somebody else go to them?
My Uncle Mike, who's the RCMP at one time, he got the documents, and he said that my Aunt Selena had 2 boys, and I guess they were questioned or interviewed. And so then they told my uncle, Randy, who's on that same side of the family, and then they got talking to Mom, and I don't know exactly what's going on. You'd have to check what stories they told.
So Suzanne, is this something out of the blue now in 2016, 2017, where she's somehow, the way you're thinking about it, maybe she's going for money for whatever reason, that she's just making up now, or is it based on something she believed years ago?
Oh, she's been constantly scamming and scheming for all the time I've known her.
If it's the Saunders that are coming forward, if it's like, you said Selena or Randy or these people, what are they, how are they involved? Like, how would they know anything about this?
I don't know. So my Uncle Mike has all the documents that the cops sent, so he just gave me a brief summary, so.
Okay, your Uncle Mike, what documents does he have?
He was given all the documents from the RCMP.
About?
About the missing
Kenley.
Kenley.
And what's his last name, Mike?
Mike Kenny, my uncle.
Kenny, and he's an RCMP officer.
Yeah, because he's the first one I contacted about this, because I just thought this was just out of this world, so I contacted him to see what he had to say.
Right.
About all this stuff.
Where does Suzanne live now?
Last I knew, she was in Kentville.
Where? Do you know where in Kentville?
I can see it visually because I got a photographic memory, but I just trying to remember the street name. Campbell Road. It's an apartment building, brown and white. And there's one building going this way, one building going that way, and a parking lot, and then there's a garbage shed on the right going in. It's probably about 600 feet going into that road off Belcher Street.
So you have a photographic memory. Have you ever seen that picture of Kenley before?
No.
No, I'm just, like, would really, if I could just find out where he was, like, I would be at peace. I would be happy with that. Like, that's all, that's all I want to know.
So are they saying that you said something to your mother about Kenley's disappearance, that you knew about it?
Well, that's what the cops are saying. They said, well, you were telling your mother all this about this person and whatnot, and made it sound like I was having all these hard-to-hard conversations. Like, you don't even know my mother. This guy has no freaking clue whatsoever. So.
And did Randy come to you about this? And did you have a conversation with Randy about this?
I had talked to Randy since I was like 16 or whatever. Every time I really talked to him in this sense, and I didn't really talk to him. Like, if he was somewhere, I would say hi or whatever. But he led a lifestyle that I wanted to stay away from. Like, when I was younger, I thought he was cool. And when I got older, I found out he was into quite a few activities that would land a person in jail. So when I got older, I learned I had to stay away from that kind of stuff, so.
So that fall of '92, you and Randy never had a conversation?
No. Not whatsoever. I could have went to university years before, but my parents wouldn't let me. They didn't want me to have the college experience.
It's going around you.
I was too young. So I got stuck sitting in school. Over my math class, I did the whole year's homework in a few months. I completed everything. The teacher had to go find other stuff for me to do. Gave me complex logic problems and stuff like that because I just become so bored because everything that most people would take, weeks to digest, I was digesting it, as fast as I could read it.
But you're sure that you did not meet, are you positive that you didn't meet Kenley Matheson?
Positive. I mean, the time I spent going back and forth to school, right? Because I was staying with a girlfriend and her parents and had to study and do homework every night. And then I was traveling back and forth with Mike until I started staying over at his place. And there was just no time frame for it. Dungeons and Dragons on the weekends. And you talk about two different social groups, right? Like you said he did drugs and stuff like that. That's a whole different social group. Those drugs are gonna mess up your brain, make you stupid and slow, and that's just the total polar opposite of the people we were back then.
So you didn't smoke at all?
No.
Maybe you should just do a polygraph and send them on their way.
Yeah, well, my uncle said not to do one because of a medication I'm on for my sciatic nerve.
Is this your uncle, the RCMP?
Yeah.
Or okay. But did you contact a doctor about that, or?
No, that's what my uncle said, so I went by him because he was in the RCMP.
Right, but that's RCMP. That's not a medical. A medical opinion of if you could do a polygraph or not.
I just went by what his said with his experience, so I trust him.
You want to do a polygraph?
I don't see the need for it. I mean, it's like you're making someone defend themselves against something they don't know. You may as well go to the polygraph, right? Why don't you go do it?
Well, no one's saying anything about me.
Exactly, but why don't you go do it anyways? Right?
Well, you could.
Well, I could, but
you didn't know the person either, so.
But my mother and uncle and aunts aren't saying I'm a person of interest in a 25-year-old cold case.
But what if they turned around tomorrow and did?
I would do a polygraph.
Someone has to say something sometime. Just have to hold up for that, but in the meantime, you gotta live your life. You want to come home with a smile at the end of the day. So you gotta work on that right now. Work on you. You've worked on this 25 years.
Yes.
If he is in some afterlife watching you, he wants you to be happy and living your life and being happy. He doesn't want you to spend your whole life on this.
Hello,
Hi, is this Shelley?
this is Shelley.
Hi, Shelley. Your sister Sandy gave me your phone number. I'm the documentary filmmaker. She thought that I might be interested to talk to you. What do you remember about that fall when he went off to college? Is there anything like what was the occasion where you saw him that when he first started at college, and what do you remember about it?
I was sitting in the living room with his mom, and we were talking because we always went up there in the fall and bought produce, and her and I were really close back then. And Jason came in, he looked great, and he all smiled, and we talked about him going out to Legend up in the valley. There's a bar up there, and I said, well, how can you afford to go out to a bar when you are going to university? And he said, oh, I don't pay for any drinks, the girls buy them all for me. And I'm like, oh, that's nice. And that's all. That was the whole conversation. He was on. It was it. Because he was a good-looking man. He really was. I can't tell you how long it would have been because the weather was still nice. It was probably September. Probably was right around the time of his incident. Pretty sure it probably was.
Oh my God, there's the barn Jason ran into with the sled. God knows we almost all did. We used to come down this hill on bob sleds.
Aaron was described to me by my sibling as a spirit that came down from the atmosphere and liked my brother's body so much that she killed Jason. She murdered Jason. Those are the words that came out of my sibling's mouth. Not my words. Those are Aaron's words. When you ask questions to Aaron Kenny, you have to make sure that you are asking the right questions, because this person believes they are Aaron Kenny. They don't believe they're William Jason Kenny anymore. So they disassociate themselves from being the person they were born as.
There are plenty of people who are transgender and seek out and get sexual reassignment surgery. Do you think Jason is transgender?
I don't believe that Jason is transgender. My sibling started treating themselves with hormones. Never talked to a doctor at first. Jason informed me for about 2 years that they took hormones from Mexico. Eventually, Jason found a doctor who decided, yeah, well, I'll treat you since you've already done this so that it'll be safe for the hormones. She was told that she needed to see a psychiatrist because that's what you have to do in order to have a sex change in Canada. Eventually, when it came time to have a sex change in Canada, she was refused. She used her manipulations for a man in the States online, sent her to Thailand to have a sex change in Thailand. She came home 2 weeks before the tsunami hit, and that's how she got her sex change. Looking back at what I now know, pictures that I've seen that I shouldn't have seen from friends of my brothers, and stories that I've been told from friends of my brothers, I believe that my brother was dabbling with boys when he was younger. I know he was dabbling with girls. And that I believe that the bisexuality ran strong. Let's just put it this way, I'm not the only homosexual in my family. I know that for a fact. In 1992, when Kenley Matheson would have been reported missing, I was 12 years old. I don't remember what month it was, but I was in the fall. I remember watching the ATV news with my parents. I was sitting in my mother's recliner. My mother was on the sofa, and we had just finished eating supper. My brother came in the room from eating supper. The news about Kenley Matheson's disappearance had been reported. My mother asked my brother, that's a fellow Acadia student, what do you know? Because my brother went to all the parties. And my brother's response was, well, something that I will never forget. It was so shocking. Something that she will never forget because it was so devastating. And it's the reason why I'm here today. His response was, that little asshole, he hit on the wrong guy's girlfriend. He's buried in a bear cave on the back mountain in Melanson. Shortly thereafter, my mother spoke to his father, her husband, about it. My father relayed to her, don't say a word. So going to the police was not something that she felt comfortable doing because he was a police officer. He was the mayor of the town that she lived in for 30-some years. She was trapped. So in 2016, when the phone rang and it was the RCMP telling her, you need to come and talk to us now. About what? Kenley Matheson. Who is Kenley Matheson? A boy who went missing in 1992. What? Oh. During my brother's first year at Acadia University, he used to bring all of his friends around. One in particular that I remember was what I believe to be Kenley Matheson. The night that is most clear in my mind is the night, it's around 9 or 9:30. I say it must be a Friday or Saturday night. And then my mother, who has her own memories, say it must be a Monday night. However, the night doesn't really matter. What matters is that it's a nighttime and that it is Kenley Matheson. My brother isn't in the room at this moment that I'm remembering. I feel that he's off in the kitchen on the phone. Now, to Kenley. I feel that he's wearing blue jeans. I don't know what color shirt, but he's got a cap on, a baseball cap. His hair, it's not brown, it's more of a chestnut, but sort of blackish, but not exactly. And he's sort of slouched over, but not too much. He's just nervous. My mom's trying to make conversation with him. She always does that, and try to make him feel comfortable. And you know, he's polite and he's responding, but he's not giving too much detail. He's not being rude. I think that night there was someone in my mother's chair, but who, I don't know. I get the feeling that I don't really feel comfortable with this person in the chair. What do I think when I look at these siblings heading off to Acadia? I think they look really happy. And I'm looking at someone I've met a few times, and I know that his sister can't fathom why he's not there beside her anymore. And I wish I could replace her brother, but I can't. And I don't know if my brother had anything to do with it. And I'm sorry.
How confident are you that that Acadia student who was in your house was Kenley Matheson?
100%. I wish I wasn't, but I am.
it. Come on. Hadi. Come on. There's nobody home. Do you know if that area here they have any like mountain with how you call it caves in it?
Not that I can recall of.
No. Oi. Oh, there's the door open there. Hello. There is a phone number I could call. Good morning. I was wondering if you'll be around on your property anytime soon. I can see you now. You are here now, right now? Oh, where would you be? I want to ask you a couple of questions. Back shop. How you get to the back shop? Next driveway down or next driveway up? Hello. We have a couple of questions. We heard you know the area pretty good.
Yeah.
Did you ever heard about the cave, bear caves in the mountain?
Yeah.
You did?
Just go back up the road until you come to Dan Jordan Road on the left. Just past that on the right. You have to go in the woods there. It's not very far. It's just down over the side of the banks. The bear caves will be on the right side.
On the right side, on the other side of the road.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Because the ravine runs all the way up.
That can constitute a hole in the wall, right? There's no other way. I'm just going this way and then going, come back, looking for it. I have a sense that it is in the area, like somewhere here. But may not be very obvious either.
Or even something like this, like that's all fallen down, but there's something underneath it. There is space in behind it, but I wonder how much.
Because the way I see it, I'm looking at something being tumbled down. Up here, there's rocks with, you can see holes in the side of the rock, but it's probably too far up. It's like another hole right there. We're looking at something that's going in 6 feet. But I'm just wondering if we're missing something that might be at either end that, you know, might have been open or...
Good morning, Mr. Lamoth. I am emailing to share some information about Kenley that was passed along to me last summer. One day, last summer, I answered the door to my apartment and was met by another tenant who asked to speak with me. She was obviously upset and agitated, so I let her in. She told me that the police had come to question her about her son's alleged involvement with Kenley's disappearance. She told me that her son was an Acadia student at the same time as Kenley. At the time of his disappearance, she asked her son, no, I don't know his name, about Kenley. She told me that he said Kenley put his nose where it didn't belong, but we took care of it. He allegedly told her that he and his friends did some things to throw the police off the scent, whatever that means. She said she pressed him for more information and was told that nobody would find him where they put him, so she had nothing to worry about. She asked where that was, and he told her that it was in the Bear Caves on Melanson Mountain, outside of Wolfville. I asked her why she was putting this on me, and she said the problem was that she told a friend of hers about this info, and the friend went to the police all these years later, and that she knew I would be able to talk to her and keep it a secret. She was angry with her friend for going to the police all these years later, and she should have left well enough alone. She was also very upset and asking me if the police would actually be able to do anything to her son without a body. I told her that they may start searching the caves with cadaver dogs if they think the information is credible. She said her daughter's friend knows those caves well, and they wouldn't have anything to worry about. After all, according to her, if he spots anything, he may be able to move the remains before the police get there. She left my apartment, and I was sick. That night, I contacted Crime Stoppers with all of this information, but they never contacted me for follow-up. Nothing. In the meantime, this family's behavior has become increasingly erratic, and, fearing that they are being watched, typically keep their curtains closed, and there is a sign on the door stating that everyone who enters will be recorded. For these reasons, my husband has asked me to give you this information anonymously. I have been following this case since the beginning, and my biggest hope is that his remains be found and returned to his mother in Cape Breton. I'm sorry that I've waited so long to share this with you. I was praying that the police would take care of things, but it's increasingly apparent that they have not. S was wrong when she said that she knew I would keep it a secret. I've only kept it a secret because of my fears of this family. Again, I'm sorry to do this way, but please bring Kenley home. Sincerely, Jane Doe.
I 100% believe this family that came forward. I just feel that everything lines up. You know, it all lines up that something like this happened. And then, you know, I keep asking myself, why would this family ever come forward? So, I think that this is it.
Do you believe that Erin Smith was responsible for Kenley's disappearance?
Well, guess it's hard for me to, Jason, because that's what I'm thinking about, is Jason Kenney, which is who Kenley would have met at that time. I think that he is responsible for Kenley's murder. I think something happened that he either planned or something just happened that he didn't plan and then had to cover up. And I think stuff like this can happen, and I think it did happen. And I hope that the final step is that he does come forward and give our family that last puzzle piece.